Good morning. It's 10:08 a.m. on Tuesday, November 19th, 2024, and we're ready to call the board meeting to order. Mr. Keddy, if you would please call the roll.
Yes, good morning. Chair Lieber?
Here.
Vice Chair Gaines?
Here.
Member Vasquez?
Present.
Member Schaefer?
Present.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Present.
Members, quorum is present and the board meeting is called to order. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Mr. Schaefer.
Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we'll go now to brief opening remarks. Does anyone have opening remarks? Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. I just wanted to open up with a few opening remarks. First of all, just wanted to congratulate all the returning members, both on the Assembly and the Senate, that were reelected, and we have several new members who were just elected, officially not sworn in yet, so I guess they're senators are elect and assembly members elect. And from what I understand, I think the senators are actually in an orientation this whole week. Assembly was out here last week, so I just wanted to give them a shout out and welcome them to Sacramento. Next, I just wanted to, and I think some of us talked about it last month, but Veterans Day took place earlier this month. And, it's something that I know everybody in their respective districts have celebrations. And I went to a few in the county of LA, and it just reminds me how much we need to embrace and support our veterans. And I was happy to hear that one of our VAs in LA County is finally opening up the property. Oops. The property that, are we getting echoes or are we good? Okay. The property that was originally donated to the veterans is now, under this new judge, is finally going to be used for veterans. And it's a beautiful facility that hopefully, I've been pushing real hard for many, many years to turn that into not only a facility for the mentally ill veterans, but also for housing. It's a beautiful place, a lot of acreage available, so I'm hoping that'll happen here soon. The other issue I just wanted to raise to your attention, that this is also National Native American Heritage Month, observed every November in the United States, in which we celebrate and pay tribute to our indigenous people, past and present, traditions, of course, their language, their culture, and the histories. And as a former teacher, one of the things that I was always trying to do is to try to bring it to their attention, to especially the young, the importance of all people, and especially the Native Americans. For so long they just get overlooked. And last but not least, I just wanted to congratulate my Los Angeles Dodgers. I think last time we were here, we were still we hadn't clinched it yet. And I understand we have a staffer here from LA. Sarah is from LA. So I know she's as happy as I am about Dodgers now. World Series. Nothing against the Yankees, but, it was great to have the West Coast well represented, and now the champions. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, thank you so much. I just also wanted to recognize our veterans, and had the honor and pleasure to participate in the Veterans Day ceremony in El Dorado County up in Placerville, and we were met with a torrent of rain. So we all ran into the chambers of the Board of Supervisors and had our event. But it was special for me in that I was able to dedicate a brick for my father who served in World War II. He was a tail gunner in B-17 bomber. And so that was a great opportunity and really enjoyable to be there and memorialize him. Also, we had this great opportunity to go cut a Christmas tree down, and you can go through the Forest Service, and in areas where there's too many trees, they'll let you cut a tree down. And so for $10, we were able to go up outside of the Truckee area and cut a tree down. That was a blast. We did it with some of the grandkids. And then finally, our daughter's boyfriend got accepted into med school, so we're very excited for him. It's been a long journey. He applied to 50 medical schools last year, got waitlisted for one, but not accepted. He took the MCAT exam again. Fortunately, he scored higher, and he's had 6 interviews and 1 acceptance so far, so we're very excited about that. It's kind of like the draft in sports, right? So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all my colleagues. Good morning to the Executive Director and members of the public. I just want to take a quick moment on behalf of the Controller and myself to recognize the 10th anniversary of the World Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims. It's a global event held the third Sunday of November to honor those who have lost their lives or impacted by roadway crashes. I'm in San Francisco. I got to attend an event this past Sunday. In front of City Hall, there's 317 pair of white shoes or go shoes that were laid out on the steps of City Hall, each with a name, everyone representing someone killed on city streets, on bikes and scooters and cars and on foot since 2014. In LA County, unfortunately, it's the same, 739 lives lost last year, and San Diego, 258. Families gathered to demand improvements to roadway safety. And luckily, this is where I believe government plays an incredible and huge role. And as regulators, the United States is putting their hand down to have auto manufacturers add features such as blind spot warnings and pedestrian detection to vehicle crash safety. We have the knowledge and tools to prevent traffic deaths and severe injuries. We know what works to advance safe mobility for all by investing in safe roads and vehicle designs and passing policies to prioritize safety over speed. We can save lives and improve our communities. So the next time we jump in a car, please just drive as if your kids live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you. I always have a birthday to remember. Today's a birthday for President Carter's daughter, Amy Carter. I always admired President Carter, whose 100th birthday we recognized last month. I also like to mention that I grew up as the son of an American Legion president, and we used to spend all of our Memorial Day at the National Cemetery laying wreaths on the graves of our fallen. And I can't do enough to, as all of you have spoken in favor of our veterans. It reminds me, I'm reading a book right now by Ken Burns, who's a great writer, all about the Civil War. And it's amazing that we don't know much about the Civil War because it was a long time ago. Did you know there were 600,000 casualties, all Americans, at the Civil War? And you know that our population as a nation was only 30 million then. So that was about 2% of our population that were lost in the Civil War. Before the Civil War, they talked about the 35 states. They would say the United States are doing this, or the United States are doing that. After the Civil War, the language changed. It was the United States is doing this. The United States is doing that. That was the unity. I've read stories about how the Southern soldiers would march sometimes without any shoes on. And when they were issued shoes, they were not right or left shoes, they were just generic shoes, and they would become right or left shoes based on the miles that you walked in them. They had a desertion problem where so many of the families would write letters to their soldier and say, we have no food on the table. You've got to come home and provide for us for a while and then go back to battle. And if you don't do that, don't bother because we will be dead and buried in the backyard. It was a totally different world that we had, and I just am getting so much out of that book. And that's why I'm so glad that we do have a chance to share what's on our mind. And this is the month that we think of those who have served in battle for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer, and I appreciate all my colleagues mentioning Veterans Day, one of the most important days of the year for us. And I just wanted to let members of this board know that at the Franchise Tax Board, we'll have a hearing on December 10th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on the subject of work assets and the safety net, to try to really orient our work towards the needs of working Californians, the essential workers within our state, and hopefully elevate that topic as we begin a new two-year session in the legislature. So again, we're going to be focused on work assets and the safety net on December 10th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And then that'll be followed at 1 o'clock by our regular Franchise Tax Board meeting. So thank you so much. Members, our first order of business is our safety and informational announcement provided by Ms. Cicchetti.
Good morning, everyone. Our first order of business is our safety and informational announcement. Welcome to the Maylee State Office Complex. A brief word about our building safety. In the auditorium, the exits are in the front of each side of the stage, and other exits are located at the rear of the auditorium. Please take a moment to find the exit sign in location closest to you in the event of emergency. The emergency exits behind and to the side of the stage should only be used in case of emergency. Our informational announcement. This meeting will be live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE YouTube channel. Therefore, we ask that all speakers to state their name clearly and state their names clearly before speaking for the record. We ask that you speak clearly and slowly in the microphone. I want to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and other wireless devices. Note that public comments are taken on each agenda item. The public will be invited to comment on matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on an agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. I want to announce that the AT&T moderator issue has been cleared this morning, so it is operating now. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line before the beginning of the agenda item you wish to comment on. We recommend this as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. This concludes the safety and informational announcement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like me to recognize Controller Cohen?
Yes, please.
Ms. Cohen, are you available? Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, I am.
Okay. Controller Cohen is appearing remotely. I have a statement and a question when a member of the board appears remotely. If a member of the board attends the meeting by teleconference from a remote location, the member shall disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at the remote location with the member and the general nature of the member's relationship with such individuals. Therefore, Controller Cohen, is there anyone 18 years of age or older present in the room at your remote location?
No, ma'am, I'm alone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go on to item 1. This is public comment on matters that are not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on today's agenda may do so under this item. Please note that the board cannot act on items that are not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at a future meeting. When giving your public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We don't have any written comments, nor do we have any speaker cards from anyone in the auditorium, so we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone on the phone who would like to make a public comment regarding item 1 on the agenda.
Thank you. If you would like to make a public comment on item 1, please press 1 followed by 0 at this time. 1 followed by 0. And again, if you would like to make a comment on item 1, please press 1, 0. Madam Chair, nobody is queuing up.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll go on to our tax program matters. And I'd like to note that to manage the tax program matters more efficiently today, the following statement applies to the tax program non-appearance adjudicatory items 2, 3, 4, and 5. These matters are constitutional functions. No parties are required to appear. Contribution disclosure forms are required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. The Chief of the Board Proceedings Division has received completed contribution disclosure forms from all parties, agents, and participants for the noted property tax non-appearance adjudicatory matters. All board members noted that their records disclose no contributions from these taxpayers, their agents, or their participants. An ex parte memorandum listing all parties, agents, and participants was provided to the board member offices by the Chief of Board Proceedings. Board members must be mindful of the prohibition on ex parte communications for all tax program matters. Any violations of the ban should be disclosed for the record now. And seeing none, we'll go ahead and go on to the first item, which is item 2, Race Telecommunications LLC, and this is a property tax non-appearance adjudicatory item, and we'll have a presentation from Mr. Younger. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable members. I am Christian Younger, the appeals attorney assigned to the 2024 petition for Race Telecommunications. In this case, the parties have waived their appearance before the board and have asked for a decision based on the confidential written record. The submitted petition raised 3 issues that are detailed in the summary decision. Based on the written record and as reflected in greater detail within the appeals attorney's summary decision, the appeals attorney is recommending the board deny the petition as to all 3 issues raised and adopt the findings of fact and recommend a decision therein. I ask for your adoption of the appeals attorney's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Members, the suggested motion is to deny the petition for reassessment put forward by Race Telecommunications. Is there a motion? Mr. Gaines. And second, Mr. Vasquez. And
Madam Chair, I just have one quick comment or question if I can before we vote, though. If he's
please,
done, I don't know.
go ahead.
It's proper. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Younger, thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering, it seems like we always get these coming before us and there's never no appearance from these. And I'm just wondering, is there a reason for that? Or is it just, people just feel like it's not worth fighting these cases? Or, maybe, I know the cost, I'm sure, is very expensive and time consuming. And I'm just curious, given, I guess, the Section 40, most of these cases are, right? Why people, I've never seen anybody come before us.
Yeah, so we'll take
curious.
some input from Mr. Moon.
Yep,
Oh,
Richard
Mr. Moon, I'm sorry.
Chief Counsel. So there are 2 ways that the, petitioners can appear before you, as you know. One is they can choose to do an oral hearing or they can choose to do non-appearance. One benefit of doing non-appearance is that their information remains confidential. And so many petitioners choose that avenue because there is information that they would rather not get out to the public.
And then it still allows them, I guess, going another possible avenue if they want to.
Correct, because there's still sort of the same procedure all the way up to what would have been an oral hearing. So they're still
Without the
working with.
disclosure, basically.
Exactly. They're still working with the State Assessed Properties Division. They're still providing information, having discussions. And then appearing here as a non-appearance adjudicatory matter means that there are still some unresolved issues that they do not wish to air in public, perhaps. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Now, members, we do not have any written comments, and no one who's submitted a comment card in the auditorium. So we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, could you tell us if there's anyone on the telephone line who would like to make a public comment on item 2?
If you would like to make a public comment on item number 2, please press 1, then 0. And there are no comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. So motion has been made by Mr. Gaines, seconded by Mr. Vasquez to deny the petition for reassessment put forward by Race Telecommunications. Mr. Keddy, if you would please call the roll. Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Thank you, members. The motion carries, and we'll go on to item 3, which
Excuse me,
is...
Chair Lieber, can I make a quick note on that before you
Excuse me,
move on?
please.
Sorry.
Yes, sorry, Mr.
I just
Younger.
wanted to make a quick note that based on the unitary values asserted in this petition with race, this appeal is subject to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 40. So after the board decides on the petition today, the appeals attorney will prepare a decision in early 2025 to summarize the board's action and for transparency to the public.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll go to item 3, Pacific Wired LLC, also presented by Mr. Younger.
Good morning again, Chair Lieber, now honorable members. I am Christian Younger, the appeals attorney assigned to the 2024 petition for Pacific Wired LLC. In this case, the parties have waived their appearance before the board and have asked for a decision based on the confidential written record. The submitted petition raised 2 issues that are detailed in the summary decision. Based on the written record and as reflected in greater detail within the appeals attorney's summary decision, the appeals attorney is recommending the board deny the petition and adopt the findings of fact and recommended decision therein. I ask for your adoption of the appeals attorney's recommendation.
Thank you. And members, again, the suggested motion is to deny the petition for reassessment put forward by Pacific Wired LLC.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
By Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Gaines. And we do not have any written comments, nor anyone in the auditorium who has submitted a speaker card. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator to check. Moderator, is there anyone waiting on the line who would like to make a comment on item 3?
Ladies and gentlemen, again, if you'd like to queue up for a question, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0 at this time. And nobody is queuing up.
Thank you, moderator. Members, there's been a motion by Mr. Vasquez and a second by Mr. Gaines to deny the petition for reassessment put forward by Pacific Wired LLC. So we'll ask Mr. Keddy to please call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, members. That motion carries. And we'll let go of Mr. Younger now and welcome up Ms. Welkman for our next item, which is item 4, CVIN LLC. Ms. Welkman.
Good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable members. I am Sarah Wilkman, the appeals attorney assigned to the 2024 petition for CVIN LLC. In this case, the parties have waived their appearances before the board and have asked for a decision based on the confidential written record. The submitted petition has one issue in contention. Based on the written record and as reflected in greater detail within the appeals attorney's summary decision, the appeals attorney is recommending that the board deny the petition and adopt the written findings and decision therein. I ask for your adoption of the appeals attorney's recommendation.
Thank you. Any questions or Mr. Vasquez?
Just a quick one, Ms. Hoekman. For the viewers, can you kind of go over the petitioner's next steps, on this decision that looks like we're going to take today? Is there like a process, after this decision is made today? I'm sorry, I guess it's a question, Mr. Wood.
Yeah, good morning again, Richard
morning.
Wood, Chief Counsel. So once, for all of these, once the board adopts the recommendation, if it's a denial, then they have at that point exhausted their administrative remedies. And so their next step, if they choose to pursue the next step, would be to file an action in Superior Court against the individual counties to which they're paying property tax. And then they would name us, and we sort of serve as the quote-unquote manager of the litigation in terms of organizing the counties. And then we would defend evaluation at that point in Superior Court.
Is there, if
Oh,
I,
I'm
just
sorry,
a
go ahead.
follow-up, if I could, because Bruce is a good point. So these particular entities have already dealt with our audit department.
Yes, with state assessed properties, yes.
Right, and I know that they're typically pretty effective at reaching resolution.
Yes,
And so a lot of the cases we never hear.
correct.
These are ones where they were unable to resolve the issues at hand, and then they go to the legal department.
No, so if they're unable to resolve, then those are the cases that are here before you now for a decision on those unresolved issues.
Okay.
Once they get that final sort of decision from the board, then if they choose to go to the next step, then they would file an action in Superior Court, and then that's when the legal department litigation attorneys would get involved along with the Attorney General's office.
Okay, but your role, don't you review what happened in the
Yes.
audit department? So you
Yes,
take
so-
a look at
Correct. So
their explanation.
Correct. So once the petition is filed, the appraiser will work together with one of our attorneys that are separated from the appeals attorneys, and that attorney will be representing the State Assessed Properties Division. And over that course of representation, they will, of course, look at the appraisal, look at the arguments, look at the legal issues, et cetera, and make recommendations on how to proceed, on perhaps what type of information might be helpful, and work together with the state assessed appraisers in order to see if there could be a resolution. And
Right.
and as you said, a lot of times it is possible, but sometimes it's just not.
Right, so are there examples where it goes to legal, you review it and say, hey, maybe we ought to take another look at this part. It goes back to property and they review it and come to resolution?
Yes, so that does happen. It's quite common.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's helpful. I appreciate Member Vasquez for bringing the issue up, just so that people understand the process.
Right, and just to put things in context, we have over 400 total state assessees. Out of that amount, there are some small percentage, perhaps about 10%, that file an appeal every year. And then of that 10%, I would say at least 50% probably come to some kind of resolution where they agree on a joint recommendation.
Very good. Great, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. And we'll go back to Ms. Welkman. So the motion that is requested is just simply to deny the petition for reassessment?
Correct.
Okay,
So
so
moved.
moved by
Second.
Mr. Vasquez and second by Mr. Schaefer. Okay, thank you.
I had a comment.
Okay, Mr. Schaefer.
We're on item 4, right?
Yes.
All of the discussion of my colleagues was really not relative to item 4. It was general questions on the administration of the state assessed properties. That's my understanding.
Yes.
Thank you. That was very good. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So we don't have any written comments nor anyone who submitted a comment card in the auditorium, so we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone on the phone line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 4.
If you would like to make a comment on item number 4, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0 for item number 4. And Madam Chair, nobody is queuing up.
Thank you. So members, we have a motion from Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Schaefer, to deny the petition for reassessment put forward by CVIN LLC. And so we'll ask Mr. Cicchetti to call the roll, please.
Okay. Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye?
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. The motion passes. And we'll go on now to item 5, which is Crown Castle Fiber. And again, this is Ms. Wilkman presenting.
Good morning again, Chair Lieber and honorable members. Again, I am Sarah Wilkman, the appeals attorney assigned to the 2024 petition for Crown Castle Fiber, LLC. In this case, the parties have waived their appearances before the board and have asked for a decision based on the confidential written record. The submitted petition raised 3 issues that are detailed in the summary decision. Based on the written record and as reflected in greater detail within the appeals attorney's summary decision, the appeals attorney is recommending that the board deny the petition as to all 3 issues. I ask for your adoption of the appeals attorney's recommendation.
Thank you, members. And we have the suggested motion is to deny the petition for reassessment put forward by Crown Castle Fiber. And Mr. Schaefer, would you like to make the motion on that one?
Yes, I so move.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer moves. Members, do we have a second on that? Mr. Vasquez seconds. And we
Quick
do.
question when you get a chance, Madam Chair.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Vasquez, and we do not have any written comments, nor anyone in the auditorium who wishes to make a public comment on this item. So before we go to our AT&T moderator, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentations, Ms. Wilkman. I'm noticing that of all the appeals that we have before us, I think they're all new. They haven't come before us with the exception of this Crown Castle. And I'm wondering, is there something different from last year's appeal on this one? Because I thought we had this one last year as well.
Similar issues, but a different approach.
Different, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, could you please let us know if there's anyone on the phone line who would like to make a public comment on item 5?
To make public comment on item number 5, please press 1 followed by 0 at this time. 1 followed by 0 for item 5. Madam Chair, nobody is queuing up.
Thank you. So members, we have a motion before us by Mr. Schaefer, seconded by Mr. Vasquez, to deny the petition for reassessment put forward by Crown Castle Fiber. And we'll ask Ms. Cicchetti to please call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye?
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Thank you, members. The motion carries. And Ms. Wilkman, did you have comments to add?
Yes, thank you, members. Just as a quick note, based on the unitary values that were asserted in this petition, this appeal is also subject to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 40. So that means the appeals attorney will prepare a decision for publication for your consideration in early 2025 to summarize the board's action here today and to provide transparency to the public.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll go on to item 6, which are property tax non-appearance consent matters that are detailed in items A, B, and C. And this will be presented by Ms. Welkman. Thank you.
Correct. Today we have 4 cases before you on the non-appearance consent calendar. Cases on the consent calendar reflect the fact that petitioner and SAPD have no remaining disputes such that the parties agree to value or issues within the case. As these are consent matters, we cannot discuss the cases individually here today, but the confidential written rationales have been provided to you for your consideration. I ask that the board adopt staff's recommendations in each of the consent calendar cases in one vote.
Okay, thank you. Question, Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, if I, just to clarify, are these the examples that were cited earlier by Mr. Moon in terms of negotiated settlement, in a sense, or?
Richard Moon again. Yes, these are examples of petitions where the petitioner and our appraisers were able to work together to come to a resolution. And what's before you is approval of a joint recommendation.
Okay.
So they've essentially agreed on everything, so there's nothing in dispute anymore.
So of the, the example you cited, say 10% of 400, this is the example of those where they did reach agreement.
Yes, so the 10% is the rough number of petitioners
Right.
every year,
Right.
and then about half of that 10%, again roughly, are able to come to an agreement each year. So this would be half of the 10%.
Yes,
part
that's
of
great.
that half.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Schaefer.
Yes, for Southern California Edison, we have a petition for penalty abatement. I assume we abate the penalty totally, that we never ever say, well, we'll cut it in half, or?
So the board does have that ability to reduce, it's a 10% penalty statutorily, and the board would have the ability, not in this case because everything's resolved, but in general cases when a penalty is involved, the board would have that ability.
Do you have a penalty of 10% or less than 10%?
Yes, so again, the statute says 10%, but we've held in the past that the board could reduce that.
All right. And do we look for finding a good faith in all cases?
Reasonable cause.
Reasonable cause.
Yes.
So we tend to favor the taxpayer whenever we can.
I would say when they show reasonable cause, we are more than happy to bring that before the board for your approval of our recommendation to abate that penalty.
Okay. You realize we represent the taxpayers.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Lieber, before we go forward, I want to make sure that when you do the motion, it's for item number 6A through D.
Yes, I was just going to mention that.
Okay, good.
I neglected to mention D, so it's A, B, C, and D as part of this. So anything further?
Nothing further.
Ms. Welkman? Okay, thank you so much. So the recommended motion is to approve the staff recommendation. Controller Cohn, would you like to make the motion on this one?
Sure, I'll make the motion to accept the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a second?
And, seconded by Mr. Schaefer. And so we have not taken our public comment on this yet, and we do not have any written comments, nor anyone in the auditorium who submitted a comment card. So let's go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, is there anyone who'd like to make comments on item 6?
If you would like to make a comment on item number 6, please press 1 followed by 0 at this time. 1 followed by 0. And Madam Chair, nobody is queuing up.
Thank you. Members, we have a motion from the controller to approve the staff recommendation with member Schaefer seconding. And Mr. Ketty, if you would please call the roll.
Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Thank you, members. The motion carries, and we'll go on now to item 7, which will be presented by Mr. McCool. This is the State Assessed Property Board role changes. And I would just note as you're coming up that this matter is a constitutional function. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. Thank you, Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 4876 allows for correction of errors on the state assessed roll. I'm here to present one roll change to the state assessed roll for the board's consideration. The roll change before you is to correct an assessee reporting error related to the 2023 roll. The assessee notified SAPD staff that they reported property in County 33, which is Riverside County, in error, and instead should have reported the property in County 34, which is Sacramento County. This roll change removes the assessed value from Riverside County and adds the same amount to Sacramento County. There is no change in the assessee's overall assessed value for 2023. Upon the board's adoption of this change, SAPD staff will notify each county of the roll change, and the counties will be responsible for processing any applicable property tax refunds or issuance of new property tax bills. The state assessee will also receive notice of the roll change adopted by the board. I am available to answer any questions you may have, and I ask for your adoption of this roll change. Thank you.
Okay. Members, the suggested motion is to approve the staff recommendation of changes to values of the 2023 state assessed properties. And is there a motion to that effect? Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Gaines.
Yes.
Any questions or discussion? Okay. And we do not have any written comments nor anyone in the auditorium who submitted a comment card. So we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, is there anyone holding on the line who would like to make a comment on item 7?
If you would like to comment on item number 7, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0. Madam Chair, nobody is queuing up.
Thank you. So members, we have a motion from Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Gaines, to approve the staff recommendation of changes to values of the 2023 state assessed properties. And Mr. Ketty, if you would please call the roll.
Yes. Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, members. That item passes. And we'll go on now to our consent agenda. Item 8, adoption of the September 24 to 25, 2024, and October 29th, 2024 board meeting minutes.
I would move adoption.
Mr. Schaefer moves adoption. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Gaines. We do not have any written comments that have been submitted, and there's no one in the auditorium who submitted a card. So we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, is there anyone holding on the line who would like to make a comment on item 8?
If you would like to comment on item number 8, please press 1 followed by 0 at this time. 1 followed by 0. Madam Chair, nobody is queuing up.
Thank you. So members, there's a motion on the floor from Mr. Schaefer, seconded by Mr. Gaines, to approve these 2 sets of minutes. And we'll go ahead and have Mr. Ketty call the roll, please.
Yes. Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, members. Motion carries. And we'll go on to board member matters. Item 9, affordable housing on underutilized school property. And this is brought forward by the controller, and Mr. Emron will present on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very, very excited, the controller and I both, on a presentation today. The Department of Education a few months ago released a plan to build housing on student school district land. And I know it's been an idea that has been floated on this board, especially by Member Vasquez. So we're here for an informational presentation today from Richard Barrera, who sits on the San Diego Unified School Board District Board of Trustees. He served as president for many years. He was first elected to the San Diego Board in 2008, representing District D. Mr. Richard has a bachelor's from UC San Diego and a master's degree in public policy from Harvard University. He has a background as a community organizer working to revitalize low-income neighborhoods and create networks for parents of pre-age school kids. The State Superintendent of Education, Tony Thurman, has brought on Mr. Richard Barrera as a senior policy advisor. He's one of the architects of this plan, and his big project will be focused on helping to accelerate the surging interest in developing housing on district-owned land. So I want to thank you again, Mr. Richard, for being here today, and you can present when you're ready. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Emron. Pleasure to be here, board members and Controller Cohen. Good to see you. So yeah, I wanted to talk just for a few minutes about the work that we're doing at the California Department of Education, led by Superintendent Thurmond, which is designed to encourage school districts to develop affordable housing for employees and potentially for students and families on property owned by school districts. So 2 years ago, the California School Boards Association commissioned a report by researchers at UC Berkeley and UCLA, which identified that of the roughly 150,000 acres of property owned by school districts across California, about half of the property, about 75,000 acres, has the potential to actually be developed into housing. And at a even moderate density of about 30 units per acre, that could result in nearly 2.5 million units of housing developed on school district property across the state. So Superintendent Thurmond brought together a housing summit in the middle of August, where we had school board members, superintendents, district officials, in partnership with the California Building Industry Association, the Cal Chamber of Commerce, the Building Trades Council, developers, researchers, housing advocates, all came together to think about how we can accelerate the production of housing on school district property. Currently, of the roughly 1,000 school districts in California, the California School Boards Association estimates that about 150 of those districts are in some way exploring the idea of doing housing on district property. And that could be starting to assess properties, developing RFPs, doing surveys of employees, all the way up to we have districts that have already completed projects focused on workforce housing. There's two primary motivations for school districts, and I can also just speak from my perspective as a board member at San Diego Unified in pursuing this idea. One is in terms of building housing, affordable housing for our employees. This is a recruitment and retention strategy. As we know, in so many parts of the state, affordability is one of the biggest barriers we have to recruit people into the education profession and to retain them. And so if we are able to be part of the solution for our own employees, we think it's going to play a significant role and helping us recruit and retain educators. And then when we think about the affordability crisis in families, the lack of affordable housing in many of our communities is the absolute #1 driver in declining enrollment, which we see across the state, and we see in many of our, especially more expensive areas in the state. Declining enrollment is a significant challenge to school districts. So our goal at the California Department of Education is to provide support, information, technical assistance, and to continue with the development of legislation that can encourage districts to look at developing housing on district property and accelerate the development of housing on district property. We've brought together a working group of experts, people from districts, developers, researchers, that are exploring different ideas that we think can help accelerate and really expand the development of affordable housing on district property. There's a series of bills over the past 5-6 years that have really provided a lot of encouragement to districts. Probably the most important legislation was authored by Assemblymember Bloom in 2017, which was AB 2295. What AB 2295 does is, if a district is developing housing on its property for its employees, and if at least 50% of the units are affordable to employees in the 50 to 80% of area median income range, districts actually have by right development that can, obviously accelerate the process. And I think this legislation, along with some other innovations, has been what has really, sparked the interest of many districts up and down the state. And I'll just add finally, so San Diego Unified, we're the second largest school district in the state. We have about 96,000 students that we serve, about 15,000 employees. We have a plan to provide affordable housing to about 10% of district employees that we're rolling out over the next several years. And we are interested in actually expanding this work. We passed a bond measure in 2022 that includes $200 million for the construction of affordable housing for our educators. And we see more and more districts around the state passing bond measures or including in bond measures money to construct housing for employees. So maybe I'll stop there, and happy to have a discussion.
Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Barrera. Welcome to the board. As you may know, I'm a product of the San Diego Unified School District.
I do know that.
Florence Elementary, Roosevelt, Mission Bay High School, and I really compliment you on the work that you're doing. I noticed that your 75,000 acres that could be used for building a moderate density, that's about 30 units per acre. That's not very intensive. As you know, right. They've had some 23-story buildings out at UCSD, but I favor low rise instead of high rise because there's an awful lot of time spent waiting for elevators in tall buildings, and we all should be aware of that. And students, of course, have a lot of demands on their time. I thank you for bringing all this to my attention, and I think it's very important that our teachers and our administrators can live in the communities in which they serve. We see a lot of that in San Diego where they cannot. They live out in Temecula, they live up in Oceanside, and spend at least an hour a day on the highway that could be better spent elsewhere. And so you're doing the Lord's work. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Schaefer. Great to see you. And as I think you're aware, in the next several months, we'll be putting an RFP out for our Normal Street property, the Board of Education office, the administrative headquarters. We're actually moving the district's administrative headquarters up to Kearney Mesa. And so at Normal Street, the plan is to build about 500 units of affordable housing for both teachers and our bus drivers, custodians, our classified staff. So we're very excited about this project.
Very good.
Great, thank you. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Barrera, for your presentation. This is great to see that we're finally getting a handle on possible inventory. I noticed in your report here, it mentions that you've been able to identify a lot of the vacant land and some underutilized properties throughout the state.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, I know the school district, when they're going through the process of development, when they're doing schools, they're usually fast-tracked and they don't have to go through a lot of the public hearings that cities do because they have that leadership and I guess they're pretty much exempt from that. Is that going to be a problem moving forward when now you're building housing? I'm hoping it isn't.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Vasquez. And this is precisely the intention of AB 2295. So you're exactly right. When a school district is building a school, modernizing a school on its property, we do not need to go through city planning process. What AB 2295 does is clarifies that if a school district is building affordable housing for its employees on its property, it also, and making sure that 50% of the units are affordable, it gives districts by right development. And as we all know, that can shave off years in the planning process and the permitting process. And it's something that I do think is an advantage for school districts. And it's something that I think will mean that school districts accelerating building affordable housing on our properties will actually contribute to cities and counties meeting their regional housing needs goals. So this accelerated process for districts to do the development is exactly what AB 2295 helped address.
Along those lines, I'm wondering, are you also looking at like JPAs, joint powers of authorities between cities and college districts? Because I know like in my district in Santa Monica, just this last November, the school district and the college have construction bonds, and both of them are looking to do some housing. And I'm sure in some of these more rural areas of the state where the resources are kind of limited, I think if they were to do joint powers of authorities between the college districts and the cities, like you mentioned, one, you would be in compliance with the housing regs, but then also just providing not only housing for the teachers and educators, but also city workers and college professors in some of these community colleges where I know it's a challenge to recruit top-notch professors.
Oh, you are so spot on. And as we know, the Skinner legislation from last year that now enables local public agencies, 2 or more local public agencies to come together in the creation of housing authorities is precisely, meant to encourage that kind of cooperation that you're describing. School districts, community college districts, city governments, county governments, even transit agencies. We now have the ability to actually work together it makes sense. And you identified, the issue. We may have, if you think about a region, certain districts or municipalities might have access to property. Other districts or municipalities might have access to, funds like, bond funds. And we've got employees, and families that are in need of affordable housing. So the more that we can work together, I think the more impact we have on the affordable housing crisis in a lot of our regions.
And along those lines, it sounds like you've done a pretty good job in terms of putting together an inventory of possible properties and sites throughout the state. Do you know if the college and the cities have done the same?
Yeah, and so this is actually one of the, it seems like a minor challenge, but it's actually, I think, a fairly large challenge and I'll just speak from the perspective of school districts. So the ability to actually go through inventory, your property, and that inventory of property can go beyond, for instance, just identifying, property that's been defined as excess. So school districts, if, we have a property that there was a school and now there's not, enough school-age kids in the area, that property can be defined as excess. But there's a lot of different ways for school districts to think about opening up property that could be developed into housing. And including, I'll give you an example again in San Diego. We've got an elementary school that is just a couple of blocks from the middle school. The kids at the elementary school almost all end up going to the middle school. Both the elementary and middle school campuses are extremely large campuses that have been underutilized. So what we've done now is we've rebuilt the elementary school on the middle school campus. And that opens up, the elementary school, and we've already got an RFP out to develop that property into housing. But that work to, go through and inventory housing, survey employees, do community outreach, that costs a little bit of money. And, most school districts will say, yeah, but we don't, we're all tight, obviously, in our operating budgets. We don't have the money to invest. Could be in, $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 up front to do the work that could get you to issuing RFPs. Some districts who have passed bond measures have that money available, but a lot of districts don't. And so one of the things that, we're exploring at CDE is how do we create a fund, kind of a pre-development fund that districts can access to do that upfront work, including inventory and property that could eventually, result in RFPs going out to the community. And if we think about something like, a $10 million statewide fund, that could result in a couple of hundred districts, getting this work going that otherwise would see those upfront costs as prohibitive. So that's an important, issue that all of us, we can work together on. How do we identify, some upfront money that districts can access so that they can really do that work and get more property available for housing development.
And then my last question, is there anything that we could do on our end? Because I know, right now you're not being taxed on that property because it's educational uses. I think as you change the use, you may be subject to an assessed value. And I think that's something you should be exempt if you're providing a service. And it may take legislation or maybe it might be just a rule change from us up here. I'm not sure. But let us know what we can do on that end of it.
Very much appreciate that, Board Member Vasquez. It's something that developers do talk a lot about. How do we preserve, sort of the tax abatement when we do the work of developing affordable housing on school district property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Gaines.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Barrera. I appreciate the presentation. And I was just trying to reference the legislation that enabled this. You mentioned Assembly Member Bloom, AB 2295. Do you know what year that passed in the legislature?
I want to say 2295 was 2017, but I can get you the.
Okay.
It was actually 22.
That legislation and some other legislation that's been helpful. Yeah.
It was September 22.
Oh, September 22. Oh, got it. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
okay, all right, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm also wondering, is there an ownership component
Mm.
to the housing for teachers and others that would be, I imagine you're going to have apartments, right? But are there condos, townhouses? I'm a real believer in the opportunity of home ownership and developing equity over time. Will that be part of the equation?
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Board Member Gaines. So the projects that have been built to date or are in this sort of exploration phase by school districts are almost entirely multifamily rental projects, like you mentioned. But I'll give you an example. So the Jefferson Union High School District up in near Daly City has already opened a 100-unit project for its teachers. And one of the things that it's doing is, because obviously teachers living in the housing are saving money, from what they otherwise would be paying in rent. The district is developing a homeownership assistance program for the teachers who are living in that housing. So counseling and how you kind of use the money that you're saving now, generally teachers who are in the early stages of their career, so that you're in position, down the road to be able to purchase a home. So one strategy in this is, even if what districts are providing is rental housing, it's how do we work with our employees to be positioned, to become homeowners after being able to live in affordable housing for several years. The other concept that came up in our workshop that we did in mid-August is, public property, property owned by school districts, actually has a lot of potential for the community land trust strategy around home ownership, where you actually build, for sale homes. People enter into home ownership, like you say, they're able to build up equity, but there are guardrails around that so that somebody wouldn't, for instance, be able to buy a home that's affordable, that's on, a school district property, and then turn around and flip it the next week. Right. And sell it out, to the market. So sure. Kind of that community land trust model, which gets people into home ownership, but preserves affordability, because the district or the public agency maintains ownership of the land, is, I think school district property is a great, candidate to do that kind of work.
Could it be like a shared equity arrangement?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Great, wonderful, thank you. And
Thank
what about this, I'm concerned about conflict with future school expansion. So you're vetting that, I'm assuming, because it looks like you're looking at half of the land available. So I'm assuming that school districts know where their expansion may be in the future, but at the same time, enrollments go up and down, right? So it's hard to anticipate whether a district over decades will be actually growing or shrinking.
Right. It's such a great point. And as you know, this work, the California Department of Education, we're here to support districts in doing this work, but these are all local decisions. These decisions are all up to the local school boards and superintendents. And you're exactly right, that projection out of what, as we sit here today in many of our districts, we're looking at, enrollment declines that have been, happening for over a decade. And again, are very much driven by the lack of affordable housing for families in our communities. And so, it's kind of hard for us to picture, a situation where we would start to see enrollment expand again. But part of what we're doing here, especially as we, start to make housing affordable to families on our property, is we're hoping to reverse that trend a little bit. I mean, the conversation, unfortunately, in a lot of school districts is about, consolidating schools, closing schools, all of that, which, has the potential to open the property up for housing. But what happens is you're, absolutely, pointing out what happens in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, if that property is now needed, for schools, because we see expanding, enrollment. It's something that's very hard, to project that far out in advance. Generally, a school district that does a housing development is entering into a long-term, 65-year, 99-year lease, with the developer to provide housing. So it does have the potential, our success in providing more affordable housing in our regions could have the consequence of resulting in increased enrollment down the line and the need for more school facilities. And that's something that every district is going to have to grapple with. But as you can imagine, that's a tough analysis to do at this point, given what most of us are experiencing is a long-term trend in declining enrollment.
Okay, good. And in terms of the financing, it sounds like it's local. Is it like done at the county level, or I guess the district level to finance?
Yeah, so financing for affordable housing is, as you know, I'm sure better than I do, is tough, because the existing public subsidies, that can make housing affordable, primarily low-income housing tax credits, are scarce. What school districts open up are a couple of new possibilities in kind of filling this affordability gap. Obviously, the property itself, the degree that we can make our property available, brings the cost down and can have a big effect on filling that affordability gap. But for instance, now we're seeing more and more school districts pass bond measures that include money for construction of affordable housing. That's a whole new source of public subsidy for affordable housing that has not previously existed. And then you package that with, again, sort of, attempts to, work with lenders, to work with, we're seeing increasingly actually large community foundations coming into this work and identifying how they can create long-term financing for affordable housing. So it's, it's what people call capital stack, putting all of those subsidies together, which can result in, we've got a development up in the Scripps Ranch area where we've got about 50 of our classified staff, food service workers, custodians, bus drivers, who are in 2-bedroom units that they're renting for $1,100 a month in a development where the market rate units, are the exact same units are renting for $3,500, $4,000 a month. And so being able to, package all of these subsidies to fill that affordability gap is a challenge, but putting school district property into the mix and bond financing those are sources of investment that can really help.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Barrera. Really appreciate it.
Okay, I'll just associate myself with the comments made by my colleagues and say how much we appreciate you coming today. And we are very interested in finding out about any legislation that could hopefully move this down the line. And I think it's a very good thing that the superintendent has taken on to really support the teaching staff as well as classified staff within the public school system and allow them to be part of the community that they work in. So that's a very good thing. And thank you to the controller and to Mr. Emron for bringing this forward to us. And I'll yield to Mr. Emron to make the closing comments.
I want to thank you again, Mr. Barrera. Please allow us to be a partner in this journey. It's quite a lofty goal, but I think we can get it done if we, as state agencies, work together. We understand how pressing the issue is. And I'm just really, really also glad to hear that it's not only teachers, but it's the bus drivers, the custodians, the frontline workers that really make any school district go in this process. And thank you for all your work you're doing in San Diego as well.
Thank
Mr.
you so much,
Schaefer,
Mr.
did you have additional comments?
Yeah, I had a couple brief questions. Do you have a chance to take a look at how this issue is being handled in other states? Do you meet annually or periodically with, say, a national convention on this topic? Or how do we know what's going on around America?
It's a great question. I do think California is a little bit out ahead in terms of the number of school districts that have started to have interest in this. One of the members of our housing working group is a researcher at UC Berkeley who's worked with school districts across the country. He's done some work with school districts, for instance, in Memphis that have started to do this work. So yeah, and you know, we've had conversations with, as you know, Board Member Schaefer, our former superintendent at San Diego Unified is currently the Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Education, and she's been very interested in, you know, this conversation at the national level as well. We'll see what happens with all that with the next administration, but it is an idea that I think we're going to see more and more districts around the country working on.
And I see we have almost 1,000 LEAs in California. Do they communicate with each other? I would imagine they have monthly bulletins that circulate among them, so somebody in San Diego might be aware of what they're thinking up in Sacramento or Brawley or wherever.
Yeah, and absolutely, you know, our key partner at CDE in this is the California School Boards Association that's done, you know, just tremendous work. CSBA commissioned this research in the first place. And CSBA has a technical assistance program, you know, designed to help districts who, you know, really want to get into this work. And there's a web page on the CSBA website dedicated to educator workforce housing that I think is the best, you know, current kind of repository of information about what different districts are doing. So they've been a terrific partner in this work.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Schaefer.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Barrera, and we have not yet gone to public comment, so we'll go out for our public comment, given that we do not have any written comments, nor anyone who's submitted a speaker card. So we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a comment on item 9.
Thank you. If you would like to comment on item number 9, please press 10 at this time. 1 followed by 0 for item number 9. One moment, please. Madam Chair, nobody is queuing up.
Okay, thank you. And thank you again, Mr. Barrera, and thank you to our state superintendent, Tony Thurmond, for taking up this issue. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board.
Thank you. And members, it's now 11:26, so we will take our 10-minute AM break, coming back at 11:36. Okay, members, we're back now at 11:44. And before we go on to item 10, I wanted to call on Mr. Young to come up and make some comments on item 9 that are relevant to our discussion. Mr. Young.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. For the record, my name is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department here. And so thank you, Chair Lieber and honorable members of the board. I just wanted to point out, Vice Chair Gaines, you had mentioned a component about some ownership and not just plain rental type property being developed on excess land on school property. I just wanted to mention that there already is such a model out there. And if our esteemed speaker isn't aware, he may want to look at the UC. The UC system has that model.
Oh, great.
They actually build workforce housing on some of their property. Visiting faculty and whatnot are able, or staff is able to buy the improvements. They have a leasehold interest on the land. It serves a couple of purposes. One, it maintains the stock of affordable housing. So as you build them and somebody buys them, it's not depleted. Two, there is an equity sharing component. So the people that are actually buying it, they have some appreciation and they're able to share some of that equity. So that model's out there. The CLT is a good model, and they may want to take a look at that.
Very well, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members will go on to item 10. This is the Board Governance Policy Annual Review and Update. And this item will be presented by Mr. Vasquez, and we won't let it affect our judgment on this item that today is his birthday.
Oh,
so please, Mr. Vasquez.
Should we join in song?
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Lieber, I'm just raising this proposal. I hope you had a chance to look at it, but by all means, it's not something set in stone. Looking for input and suggestions, modifications to it as you look through it. But I provided, the memo pretty much to give us something to start with and to look at. The proposed language for the governance policy covers 3 key points. The first one, it defines the term resolution. The second one, it clarifies the scope and types of resolutions that the board has in the past or may in the future consider, including some few examples here. And the third point was to formalize the procedure necessary to propose and adopt a resolution. I also wanted to clarify that the proposed language is regarding this board adopted resolutions and would not be governed individual members' resolutions, within your respective districts. It's just more, more of a generic for the whole board. But please take a look at it. Love to get your thoughts, ideas, suggestions, comments, because it's still a working document. So with that, let me give it back to the chair, and if anybody had a chance to look at it, or, we still have some time, and I'd like to make sure this is on our agenda for our next meeting where, we could actually vote on something like this. After we hear back, and if we have to modify it, that's not a problem.
Thank you. And members, as Mr. Vasquez indicated, the concepts that come up today will be brought forward at the December 17th through 18th, 2024 meeting. And at that time, the Chief Counsel will present the final proposed changes to our governance policy for consideration and for the formal adoption, as Mr. Vasquez mentioned. And are there any questions for Mr. Vasquez?
Yeah.
Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, thank you, Member Vasquez. I appreciate all these topics coming to our attention. I just want to be sure they're always something in our mission statement and within our jurisdiction. There are a lot of issues that are not, that are fascinating, that we want to talk about, and I have no problem if we bring them up briefly for a discussion, but I am scared to death that we end up spending a half a day or a day listening to speakers on these topics when really the main issue is something that had better be condensed into an hour of our life instead of, say, 6 hours of our life. I appreciate the fact that you introduced us to a number of these thoughts, and I commend you for it. And but I do want us to keep in mind the mission statement and the jurisdictional issues and whatever we bring up. I would love to have seminars on issues that are interest to me, but I can't relate them to our mission, so I don't. And I do read what you prepare, and I will try to attend as best I can the speakers that you have, but sometimes I feel there is a question of relevance, and it's too late to bring that up after the cat is out of the bag. So again, I thank you for what you're doing. I just ask you to bear in mind my issue that mission is what it's all about. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that what Mr. Vasquez has put forward does a good job of that in the sense of putting parameters around what we would consider in terms of resolutions, and so kind of restricting that. And I wanted to note that we had some pointers that were presented by Mr. Schaefer at the December 12th, 2023 board meeting to also put parameters on the opening comments, and we've successfully integrated that now in the way that we're doing things, and I think we have kind of a more condensed version around that. And Executive Director, did you wish to make some comments in that regard?
Thank you, Chair Lieber. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Absolutely. Last year, December 23, Member Schaefer recommended some changes to the opening remarks. There was a motion, but it was not seconded, but the board agreed to limit opening remarks to 3 minutes. So this December, when we present the board governance, you will see that in a track change mode that I'm not quite sure where. It's probably going to be under the role of the chair, because the chair calls the meeting to order. So probably underneath there, we will show that members will have the opportunity to make opening remarks. And it would be, we prefer it to be limited to 3 minutes. And then, of course, you can have closing remarks if times permit.
Okay.
Madam Director, I timed them today, and they're all less than 3 minutes.
That's funny, I timed them too. I want to say who got to 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
That was
I bet you I
mine.
was close. Was I close?
No, you were really,
Oh, okay.
okay.
All right.
It's the birthday boy. Also, I want to restate what Chair Lieber said. Today, we're just looking at our your current governance policy. You have the opportunity to look at Member Vasquez's proposed change for resolutions. And then you will have an opportunity to vote on it at the December meeting. And it will be in the track change mode, so you can see how the governance looks currently and the suggested changes. I also want to state that, board resolutions, we have looked at the Member Vasquez's proposal, and staff and we have no concerns as it's currently drafted. I also want to note that while the board considers adopting a formal resolution policy, I want to remind the board that currently members have and continue to issue individual member resolutions on behalf of their office as they see fit. And that practice is highly encouraged for all members. For example, recognizing a particular business in your district, a charity group in your district, or other organization. I also would like to mention that we do have several examples and templates for your office to use as a resolution or combinations. And I believe it was probably included in your package when you became members in 2019, but understanding onboarding was a lot. So if you need us to send you another package, we would more than happy to do that for you. And I want to note that when it comes to a full board resolution, that's generally saved for really special occasions, like a long-term employee, like we did last month, a long-term employee that's retiring, is what we normally do. But again, the board has the right to issue resolutions as they see fit. And that's my comment for item 10.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Imran.
Thank you, Executive Director. Thank you, Mr. Vasquez, for bringing this forward. The one thing I was looking for, and the controller and I both, if the resolution is passed and memorialized, what happens next? Is there going to be like an archive we can follow it? Where can we find it? For example, if we reach out to a person or an agency that we say, hey, we voted and passed this resolution, where can I find a copy? And what happens after this board passes it formally?
Very good question, Deputy Controller Imran. We kind of left that open because depending on what the resolution is and what the member who's presenting the resolution, what their desires are. But you can guarantee if there's a resolution, a board resolution that's placed on our agenda, that board vote would be part of our permanent minutes. But when it comes to the actual formal resolution, it's really up to what that member is asking, or what the board is asking. If the board is saying we would like to have this resolution distributed to the particular person, we will have to work on how it will get distributed. I take a breath because I don't want to run foul to the government code where that my team is responsible for distributing the resolution when it really should be the board member and the board member staff, depending on what it is. But at the end of the day, if it's a board adopted resolution, it will be memorized in our minutes. So you can always go to our webpage, click on the minutes, and you will see that, you will see the resolution and you will see that it was approved. And the ladies are telling me yes.
Understood.
Did that answer your question?
It did answer my question. And if we can play a little bit with that language too, so we don't get in the future that I'm throwing a resolution at you and your staff, and it's something that I have to take upon myself in the controller's office, that would be good to understand where the clear functions are and expectations for the board members and the agency, so we don't get.
We don't, yeah. Let me give a
muddle the
really
waters a
good
little bit.
example, though. I'm
Please.
sorry to step in, but 2 years ago, when we had all those retiring assessors, your office took the lead on those resolutions. You guys drafted them up. Well, you were a district member at that time, but you guys prepared them. We did review them, and made some suggestions, and you guys were open to the suggestions. And then you guys were responsible for printing them, and we presented them to the assessors that were at that meeting at that time. And then there was additional follow-up where some of the assessors were not in attendance. So we did have to take steps to get it to them.
Absolutely. If we can further define these roles and responsibilities, that'd be great. So even for the next incoming board, 5-10 years down the line, we have everything squared away here in this moment. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Schaefer.
Madam Executive Director, are there resolutions or commendations that don't come on our agenda that members are making?
Yes, if a member within their own district is doing a resolution and the member is not asking for the full board support on that resolution, there's no need for that to be on our agenda.
I would like to have a quarterly report or maybe less often of commendations and resolutions by number as to each district, just to see that, what extent we're making of them. I've received political criticism within my district for not having resolutions, And my response to that is that the city council is making resolutions, the board of supervisors is making resolutions, our county assembly person is making a resolution, our state senator is making a resolution. They don't really need the Board of Equalization to pat them on the back too. I live at Casa de Mañana Retirement Home, and we celebrated our 100th anniversary of service to the community a few months ago, and we got a resolution from City Hall. I'm sorry, I'm glad we didn't get one from state and everyone else. And I told City Hall we had one of those 20 years ago on our 80th. I think sometimes we overdo resolutions, and it weakens the quality of them. And I would like to discourage resolutions and commendations so that those we do give, like to our valued employees that are retiring, to our May Lee, when we had the 100-year-old lady with us, those have to be special. And so you can count me as being anti-commendation and anti-resolution, but I will stand up and applaud those that come before us and hope that they're recognized more than in quality than in quantity. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Schaefer. I duly noted. I do agree with you that the resolutions are for special occasions.
Yeah.
But with respect to each member's office and whether or not the member would like to issue a resolution, that's up to that member. That's within their jurisdiction, their powers. And I do not ask them to let me know when they're issuing a resolution. That's.
Could I ask you what the cost is of a resolution? If I want a resolution, what if I want to have a commendation of, say, the San Diego Humane Society celebrating its 100th anniversary, and I will present it? Does that cost us $5 or $500?
It definitely doesn't cost us $500. It's the cost of printing paper, and it would be charged to your office budget.
Well, if we have a ballpark estimate, I don't have to be precise.
It's minimum charge. Mr. Kim just said there's a minimum charge. It's not costly at all.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thanks. And before we go on to Mr. Gaines and Mr. Vasquez, I always think of the certificates of recognition that we can pass out within the community if someone does something notable or exceptionally charitable, or they turn 100 years old, then it's a certificate of recognition more than a resolution, because we're not acting as a body in that circumstances.
Yes.
So, Mr. Gaines.
My question was answered, so I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vasquez.
This is one of the reasons I brought this forward, is because when I look at our governance, it's silent. There's nothing that talks about resolutions. And I know we've brought it up locally, and a couple of times when we've tried to bring it to the board, I didn't realize there was nothing in our governance that says what the responsibility is of the district or the board, or like our executive director was saying, what responsibility they have to distribute it. So, these are good suggestions, and think about this when we come back in December. Let's figure out, and I think it sounds like the consensus is obviously if we're presenting the resolution, it should be a responsibility of each respective board member. But some of these might take a life of its own when it's, a special thing for the state or something. And those, maybe we need to put something in there that would be a responsibility of the executive director. I'm sure those are far and few apart, but.
Far and few apart, and you're absolutely right. It's not in the governance policy, The governance policy was, implemented at a time when we were going through changes.
Right.
And did not consider everything that the board members do. But again, the board has always issued resolutions.
Right.
And it is in what we call our Being Board of Equalization Administrative Manual. It's a little outdated because of our structure now. So should the board decide to adopt your proposal for a governance, I would like to have a little bit leeway, and I might add some more information there to put a little more guardrails around it so that the board, we have a clear policy.
It's fine.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Schaefer.
Your predecessor had a really winning resolution I want to thank the board for. It was commemorating and recognizing Mr. Schaefer on becoming the oldest employee constitutional officer in the history of California. I appreciated that.
Yeah, she was a great ED.
And that wasn't a waste of paper, right?
Well, that was worth the paper.
Constitutional officer.
And do we need to issue a new one each year?
He's going to keep going. He's going to outlast all of us. And just as we're thinking about the language for December, you know, in the legislature, it's the usual thing to, if a resolution is done, not that certificate of recognition, but a resolution that's approved by the body, then frequently it'll say that it's going to be conveyed to all the members of Congress. And in talking with the clerk staff, they just had a voluminous number of resolutions that were conveyed to 435 people who really couldn't care less. And so some little, if there's a way to say that it's to a group or an individual or something like that, as opposed to Congress and all the 50 governors and et cetera. So thank you so much. I think we got good parameters on there. And Mr. Vasquez, did you want to add anything to this?
Other than just thank you for the discussion and suggestions, and by all means, you know, give it a look, and then in December, hopefully we can come prepared to make a decision here.
Okay, super. And we have not gotten public comment yet, and we do not have written comments, nor is there anyone in the auditorium who's submitted a speaker card. So we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, is there anyone who is hoping to make a comment on item 10?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen on the phone lines, if you wish to comment on this item, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0. And Madam Chair, nobody is queuing up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members, for all your comments. We'll go on to item 11. This is the 2025 Assessor and Assessment Appeals Board A/B issues potential work group proposal. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am putting forward this proposal to establish a work group in 2025 to address several issues and challenges facing the assessors, the AABs, and the taxpayers. At the TRA hearing this year and thereafter at the annual board assessors meeting, we received information from taxpayers, assessors, focused on 4 of the 5 key issues. Since that time, I discussed the work group concept and issues with the LA County AAB chief and my assessor, Jeff Prang. Based on their input, I am proposing that the work group consider the following 4 issues described in my memo to you, though others may be added. Number 1, how to streamline aspects of the assessment appeals process and avoid lengthy delays. 2, how to streamline the property tax refund process where there are administrative hangups on the AAB side or the assessor side. 3, how to address technology challenges, especially how to expand the use of e-signatures, electronic forms, and submissions for small and medium-sized counties. And 4, how to develop a targeted education campaign to remove taxpayer confusion and reduce the assessor's administrative burdens regarding Prop 19. The common ground is for that all 4 of these relate to the significant administrative or monetary burdens for all parties involved in these processes. Having stakeholders come together to discuss them and work toward potential solutions is an efficient way to move forward and to ensure that everyone is heard and open communication is fostered. In terms of the logistics, my office will prepare and provide detailed minutes of all work group meetings for dissemination to all participants, as well as any reports that may be needed. I would like to use, or actually I would like us to convene the first work group preliminary planning process at the February 19th meeting of 2025, which will result in a detailed plan for the all-day work group in April 30th in 2025. Based on those results, we may need to the work group to convene again in September of 17th. The reason I threw out these dates, because when I was looking at our master calendar, those are the 2 months where I think we allowed for a second day. The others don't, so, but I'm open if the chair or any of the members feel that we need to do it sooner, we can do it, but I guess it'd be a matter of working with the executive director, and then I'm hearing from staff that one of the issues, I guess, on some of those days, like I guess in January and in March, and some of the other in-between months, this facility might not be available for a second day, so we may not have a choice. So we may have to wait. There might be a gap between the first and the second work group hearing on this issue. And with that, Chair Lieber, I bring it back to you and to the members to discuss and hopefully approve the proposal to work this through the next year.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schaefer.
Well, I'm a student of less is better when we can, and I know when I write a letter to the editor, I'd like to talk and talk and talk, but they cut me off at 150 words. So I have to rewrite it in order to get it published. I think we should have a 300-word limit on any submissions by any member of the board. I think it would be read a lot better and understood a lot better. I find a lot of quality in Member Vazquez's presentation, but I can't go for adding 6 pages of something, quoting a lot of other public sources. I would really move to send his memorandum back for reworking for not more than 300 words before I could vote on it. Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll hold that in abeyance, given that it is his birthday. That might be kind of a little bit of duress there. I have a question for Ms. Stowers. So what jurisdiction does the board have over the AABs? Or maybe this is a Mr. Moon or a Mr. Young question.
Good morning again, Chair Lieber, members of the board, Richard Moon, Chief Counsel. So the board does have some jurisdiction over the AABs. In particular, we are statutorily assigned the responsibility of setting, the way that it's phrased is guiding assessors when assessing, and boards of equalization or assessment appeals boards are the same essentially when equalizing. So when they are performing their equalization function, and I would submit that that includes some procedural aspects as well, although the counties individually also have some procedural rules that they put in place through ordinances. So we have general jurisdiction, I would say, over the appeals process, the valuations, methods, et cetera, that the AABs would use to do their valuations. We have some over procedural aspects of the appeals process. Once an appeal is finished, other parts of county government get involved that we do not have jurisdiction over.
Okay, thank you. And is it the case that once a work group is formed, that it's the responsibility of the board members' staff to do all the work to complete it, that the agency staff would not be able to be involved?
Yvette Stowers, Executive Director, Chair Lieber, thank you for that question. Yes, when we established the board work group back in 2021, the the guidelines and rules was that the member or members who are chairing a work group would take the responsibility of organizing the work group, setting the agenda, getting the speakers, taking minutes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really the board member's responsibility. Agency staff, program staff, we are here to provide support, provide some technical assistance, but we're not part of the work group. And to give you a little background, why we did it, why we're doing it this way is when you all came into office in 2019, excluding Chair Lieber. When you came into office in 2019, we started with informational hearings, as you may recall. We did, and then in 2020, during the COVID issues, we had public policy hearings. And what we learned was that the informational hearings and the public policy hearings was really taking staff away from their day-to-day activities. You know, we are a date-driven organization, and we had to get work done, but we were struggling with getting the work done because of everything else that was going on. And then we also recognized, and you guys recognized, that due to Government Code 15600, we could no longer have the committee structures that we used to have. In the past, prior to 2017, we had a property tax committee, we had a ledge committee, we had a public affairs committee, and one more, I can't think of it, but we have 4 committees, and those committees were chaired by the various district members. But the district members had the ability to direct staff, agency staff, and as we know, they can't not do that anymore. Therefore, the board work group was developed so that the board members may take in information from the public and see if there's an emerging issue and come with some suggested recommendations. And once that work group is convened and closed, is the board, the chair of that work group comes back to the entire board with recommendations, and the entire board will take action. And I know it's kind of strange because generally the board work group, it takes place in a public meeting, so the entire board is hearing what's being said. But we still require for it to come back at a regular scheduled meeting for action. I think I answered your question.
I think so. Maybe getting closer.
Okay.
What I'm actually wondering about is, you know, given the importance of this topic and given that we're needing to look at 58 counties and there are differing structural models that affect them. Some counties use the Board of Supervisors as their assessment appeals and et cetera. And I think that staff has done some work towards categorizing that. And so what I'm interested in is how far could we get down the road with doing that research before the formal formation of the work group?
I think I understand your question. As no, we got 58 counties, we got 58 probably different perspectives. Staff has done some informal conversations on the assessment appeal process and the asserted refund delays. And it's been strictly informal. And I would say that from when conversations I've had and my team have had, the assessors, from their perspective, they're not seeing a delay. I know that there was at least one county that had significant delays in the appeals process and in the refund process. And their board of supervisors required the the assessors, the AAB, the auditor controller, and the tax collector treasurer to come together and investigate what's going on. And that particular county reported back to their board of supervisors, and they have come up with a plan to resolve the issues. including improving the issuing of refunds to avoid any unnecessary delays, improve scheduling cases before the assessment appeal boards, initiate a faster case resolution, and enhance the operation efficiencies. And with enhancing the operation efficiencies, that includes technology. But you have to understand, you don't have to, but I would like to say that when it comes to technology, each county's budget is going to be different. So a large county has the resources to improve the deficiencies with technology. A smaller county in an urban area, in a suburb area or a rural area may not, and most likely don't have that type of budget to really embrace technology. And we, the BOE, our budget is also limited, as we know. And what we're budgeted for technology, we cannot share with another county. So that is some of the issues when it comes to it. I would like to say that there was, at the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing, and then following at our meeting with the assessors, there was at least 3 issues that was definitely raised, and Member Vasquez has identified them. The first one was the refund delays, and the refunds are actually issued by the auditor controller or the treasurer tax collector. The BOE does not have jurisdiction over the auditor controller or the tax collector. But the example that was provided was that when a particular taxpayer is successful in their appeal and they are due a refund, if their property taxes are being paid through an impound account, where the lender is actually making, the lender is collecting the money, but the lender is actually making the payment on the taxpayer's behalf. When that happens, oftentimes the refund is sent to the payer, to the lender, or the servicing agent. And the servicing agent delays in sending that money to the taxpayer. So now the taxpayer or the taxpayer representative is spending time chasing down the refund. And often by the time they chase it down and get to it, the check is no longer valid. So they have to reissue it. So this particular issue was raised, and the representative actually acknowledged that to change this process, it would require a change in law. And didn't give me the code section, but that we do agree that would require a change in law, and perhaps something that they might want to pursue. The other issue that was identified and has been stated repeatedly is that there's inconsistencies in when you have to file an appeal deadline. The deadline date varies. The different deadlines depend on whether the assessor has elected to mail an assessment notice by August 1st of each year. And as you may recall, I recently sent you guys an email addressing this concern, and we will be presenting a formal proposal at the December meeting to see how we can have more consistency there. And then finally, at the assessors meeting, Assessor Wynn brought up some issues, more technical issues that we are addressing. And it was more technical issues. I'm sorry, I jumped off. It was mainly Proposition 19, and when it comes to the base year transfer, and how do you deal with it if the property is in probate. That's a very technical issue. We are looking into it. We are going to respond formally to the assessor and formally to all assessors through an LTA. And speaking of LTAs, we are in the process of doing another frequently asked questions regarding Prop 19. And it's going to focus mainly on base year. And then we'll probably do our lovely topic intergeneration transfer later. But we are working on it. And I just want to talk with respect to Prop 19. So I want to, I know Member Vasquez, you're indicating that maybe the work group will deal with Prop 19 and do we need statewide education on Prop 19? Because the public seems to Still, well, it comes up all the time, and it comes up, and, you know, it's funny, because, you know, in my office, we're talking about it collectively, and you don't know about Prop 19 and the restrictions until you have a life-changing event.
Sometimes it's too late.
Sometimes it's too late. But I want to kind of give you guys a little highlight of what we have accomplished through your leadership, so that you know that we're not sitting still. So basically, when Prop 19 passed, the board took statewide leadership, and you guys partnered with the California Assessors Association, and you developed implementation legislation, and that was SB 539. Because remember, the Prop 19 was just, it was really vague. So we had to put some strength in there. And then the board adopted Property Tax Rule 472 5.20, exclusion from change in ownership, intergeneration transfer, and it also adopted Property Tax Rule 462.540, exclusion from change of ownership, base year value transfer. Over the years, we have issued 30 LTAs, letters to assessors, providing guidance to county assessors and stakeholders on Prop 19. The BOE has subscribed 7 new Prop 19 forms and amended several existing forms in consultation with the California Assessors Association. We established a new web page as a one-stop shop dedicated to Prop 19. We included frequently asked questions, a comparison chart, guidance, related legislation, and additional resources such as filing requirements checklists. And as of September 30th, 2024, the web page has received approximately 656,000 unique external reviews. We've developed a Prop 19 fact sheet. That fact sheet is in English, Spanish, and Chinese. We did an introduction to Prop 19 PowerPoint with a suggested script for the board members to share when you're out in your district and speaking on Prop 19. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate's Office has done information sheets on property tax savings as it relates to Prop 19. And in fiscal year 2020-21, the Property Tax Department answered about 3,144 calls and 1,000 emails related to Prop 19. In 2021-22, the same department answered 6,400 calls and 1,600 emails. In 2022-23, the Property Tax Department answered about 5,200 calls and 600 emails as it relates to Prop 19. I say all of this, but would like to say that I agree that the intent to have more Prop 19 education is definitely beneficial, and I believe what I shared just now demonstrates our commitment to providing that information. Also, members, as you know, you, along with my staff, work closely with the assessors on issues related to Prop 19 implementation and communicate regularly with other stakeholders on this topic. When I say other stakeholders, a perfect example is when we meet with the California Society of Enrolled Agents. When I meet with my advisor council, we talk Prop 19 all the time, and many of my advisory council's members are very proactive with sending me with suggestions on what else we can do. So it is our opinion that Prop 19 is fully operationalized, but yet we are always in the business of making improvement, and we're always going to be doing our best to educate the public on Prop 19. So if you guys recognize any gaps in the Prop 19 education, please let me know, and we would take the necessary steps to address it. Okay, I'm going to sit down now.
Thank you. Thank you for this. Further questions or comments before we go to the public comment on the item? Mr. Vasquez.
Just to mention what what you just mentioned in terms, kind of reiterate and reinforce what you said about Prop 19. I just did a resource fair with my treasurer, or excuse me, my assessor, Prang, who's going to be the incoming new president. And the number one thing that kept popping up in this, it was a packed house in Torrance, was Prop 19. I mean, most of the discussion was centered around it. And in many cases, people were coming with real-life situations, they just had a death in the family. And others didn't have a clue with the impact it was going to have on them in the future.
Exactly.
So it's, it's something that's front and center.
It's front and center. You don't know it until it happens to you. Yeah. I was going to attend that resource fair. But I
should
couldn't
have.
make it.
It was-
Yeah, I was trying to get there, but something happened.
And then the new, and Jeff Prang, the assessor that's going to come in as the president, he was excited that I told him I was going to introduce and see if we had the support to do a work group on it. And he says, I'd love to do whatever I can, because as a new president, that seems to be one of his highlights or his issues, primary issues in his leadership this coming year.
Yeah, it's just the question is, we know Prop 19, and we know that individuals don't know about it until it happens. So I'm not sure what we as an agency can do. I think one of our speakers in August or September suggested that we have information on your property tax bill regarding Prop 19, which was really a good suggestion. Of course, that's outside of our authority, but perhaps the auditor controller could speak on that matter. Mr. Imran.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying in terms of Prop 19. The issue is never going to go away because people are going to pass away, and they're going to have this issue that they've got to address, which leads to another step in terms of the constituency in opposition to Prop 19 continues to grow, right? So, as these families experience this impact on them financially, and the ability to retain a property or not, it does give a pathway, I think, for another opportunity to present something to the voters. But I think as far as we are concerned with the BOE, we just need to make sure we continue to communicate as best we can. And, maybe it's an issue that could be raised with the assessors and their ability to include information about Prop 19 on their tax bills, right? And they could direct them to the BOE website for more
Exactly,
information.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Yeah.
So, yeah, great, thank you.
Mr. Imran.
Absolutely, I'll be very quick in my point, but in this era of digital media, social media, I think that's some of the best ways to disseminate information. And then also, on the other hand, is the data. We have a whole baby boomer age that's coming to head, and just to identify certain areas and populations of the state of California where we do have a population that may or may not have Proposition 19 issues, and just getting ahead of that, whether that be through our own outreach or identification, just so they understand and their families understand the rules and what their rights are as they go through a transfer of property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Imran. I could say this, we could really do something digitally, maybe just a quick little flash on our social media channels and direct them to our Prop 19 page.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
we have all these nice board members here. I'm sure they'll.
Yeah, and then the members, of course, if you want me to send you the PowerPoint presentation again, so when you're out in your district, we can send that presentation to you, and then it's really nice. Mr. Kim did an excellent job. So we can send it to you. And then that's something you can talk about. And I'm sure that the various associations, like the realtors and your Chamber of Commerce and your local areas would love to hear from you.
Just like a PSA, right?
Yeah, we can do something, Mr. Kim.
If we have a script, we can get each board member.
Yeah, we have a script already for it, and we will take a look at it again and see if we make any changes to it, update it. But we can do, I like the PSA.
Thank you.
If that would help the members, we can do a PSA. We'll get it drafted, we send it to the chair and have the chair review it before we send it out.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Great. And I I heard murmurs from the Boomer caucus down here. And you mentioned that we really need to get this out to the Boomers.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I know, we do. And maybe this is something that we could, and I'm just talking now. We can send out to AAPR, Mr. Kim, to really target our audience.
Absolutely. If I may, Chair. Like for the Cali ITC at the Franchise Tax Board, we're working on targeting specific zip codes where there's folks that may be eligible, that may not know their rights. And that's found to be a very helpful tool, being proactive with it. And of course, like the data in itself is hard to gather, but once you have it, you can strategize plans. And that's just government being proficient and proactive in that approach. So, because every TRA, every August, we hear these horrible and sad stories, families getting torn apart. And if we want to keep Californians here that have been here for generations, I think BOE has a huge role to play. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, we're going to go now to our public comment. We do not have written comments, but we do have 2 comment cards. And the first one is from Kate Bell of Ryan LLC. And then immediately she'll be followed by Tobias Wolken from the California Taxpayers Association. Ms. Bell.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and honorable members. Kate Bell on behalf of Ryan LLC. It's nice to see all of you, and thank you for the opportunity to comment briefly. As you probably know, Ryan LLC is the largest property tax consulting firm. We are here in strong support of the proposal and appreciate all of the work to date by the board members and their staff and staff of the BOE. We look forward to continuing to engage collaboratively to improving the process and gaining efficiency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Tobias Wolken.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Tobias Wolken, Policy Advocate with the California Taxpayers Association. I want to thank the board and especially Board Member Vasquez for considering the establishment of a work group to allow stakeholders to have a forum to discuss property tax trends across California's 58 counties and review best practices for how to increase efficiency. One of the board's central duties is to review assessment practices throughout California and to ensure that all levels of the property tax system work efficiently. And while the board continues to play a vital role in evaluating assessment practices, CalTax believes that a work group on assessment appeals trends will further provide all stakeholders, including taxpayers, county assessors, and local appeals body representatives with the proper forum to come together to discuss and learn from each other. A work group on assessment appeals and local assessment trends could allow property tax stakeholders to discuss how digital signatures are used, share ideas on new technology and related guidance on such technologies, and share new methods to streamline the assessment appeals process, among many other important topics. The formation of this work group would allow local officials and taxpayers to recommend potential changes that would benefit taxpayers overall and improve efficiency in the property tax administration. Again, we want to thank the board member for their work on this issue and urge an aye vote on this.
Thank you. And we'll go out to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone holding to make comments regarding item 11.
Thank you. If you would like to make a comment on item number 11, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0. And we do have one queuing up. One moment, please. For anybody else, go ahead and hit 10 to put yourself in queue. And we'll go to line 29. You are open.
Thank you. This is James DePasquale. I'm the chair and president of the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates, also known as CATA. I'm also one of the founding partners of DePasquale Kelly Company, a national property tax consulting group. We're based out of Irvine, California. Madam Chair and members of the board, I'm here to support item number 11, titled 2025 Assessor and Assessment Appeals Board Issues Board Work Group. As many of you know or don't know, CATA was formed in 2011 and is a nonprofit trade association made up of property tax practitioners representing taxpayers before county assessors, assessment appeals boards, and the State Board of Equalization. CATA's purpose is to protect the rights of state and local taxpayers. I wanted to thank Board Member Vasquez and other board members for considering the establishment of this work group. We believe it is wise that the board revisit what you heard in August's Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing on August 27, 2024. The proposal before you, while consistent with our letter that we submitted October 4th of 2024, that commented on the September 24 Board of Equalization hearing agenda number 6. It was titled Key Issues, Concerns, Recommendations from the 2024 Taxpayers Bill of Rights hearing. Its issue focus is slightly different. In that letter, we called for the following. Number 1, evaluating taxpayer refund delay problems, possible ways for the board and assessor to assist within their respective role and responsibilities. And I just want to footnote in this item, Director Stowers did an excellent job of recapping the actual problem that taxpayers face on a regular basis, chasing down their money through third-party payment processors. So there is a solution to it, and we're anxious to share that with the working group. Number 2, exploring options for collaborating on the review and development of methodologies for valuing intangibles. This has been brought more recently as an inconsistency across the 58 county assessors in applying, court case, statutory guidance, and State Board of Equalization assessor handbook guidance as well. So that'll be an interesting topic to develop within the working group. Number 3, communicating with assessors, AAB, taxpayers regarding possible areas of inconsistencies related to forms and appeal deadlines. That was also mentioned by Director Stowers. Number 4, exploring options for enhancing Prop 19 education so that taxpayers better understand the impacts of the proposition, including potential consequences regarding their principal residence. And my group in particular work with law firms specializing in estate planning to share this impact to their clients as they're preparing their estate planning. CATA is committed to working with the board and stakeholders to ensure that taxpayers have fair, transparent, convenient property tax process on these and other issues. And we encourage you to include the above topics for inclusion in the work group. Further, if CATA is allowed to participate in this work group, the CATA board has asked me, James D. Pasquale, to be CATA's designated participant in the work group. I've reviewed the proposed work group meeting dates, and I am committed to you and available on those dates. I look forward to working with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who's currently holding on the line, AT&T?
Nobody else has queued up, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. So I'll bring it back to the board. I have a question for Ms. Stowers. The dates that were proposed, February 19, April 30th, and September 17, are we able to hold those dates as actual dates for those meetings to take place?
Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. The February 19th date is our regular scheduled board meeting. It's a one-day meeting. Member Vasquez's office did reach out and ask if they could have about 45 minutes of time, and we said yes. In respect to the April 30th date, that is our second day of a board meeting, so the facility is available. And September 17th, I don't know. I think Member Vasquez said your team looked at our calendar, and that is our second day.
As far as I know, unless you folks know something different.
Yeah, I think that
They didn't think it was a
they're
problem.
nodding their head yes. But I will say this regarding the dates, and although the facility may be available, February 19th, April 30th, and September 17th, I would wonder about the other stakeholders. I mean, I hear what We just heard from the speaker that he's available, but I'm not sure about the assessors who will be in the middle of their road change, come to you from January to July, they're doing road closure. So they may not have the availability to participate. I don't know, I know you spoke with Assessor Prang, and sounds like he's available, but there's 57 other assessors.
Okay, and one observation about that, I'd really like to get some of our rural assessors' input and participation in a really strong way. So my current thinking and suggestion would be to either at the January meeting or at the February meeting to have the formal adoption of the work group, and then to take the input at that time, and then try to hold these meetings as close as possible to these dates. And maybe it could be staggered so that assessors could give input at a slightly different time, depending on where they are in their duties. And I know that those of us who have a large number of rural assessors, rural counties, the assessors are working assessors who are very much integral to the efforts of their office. So, so I'd like to have us at either January or February meeting take the formal vote at that time, and so that we can kind of look at the timeframes. Mr. Emron, did you have a comment? And then we'll go to Mr. Schaefer.
Yes, I did, Madam Chair. Just a procedural question. If we vote in January or February, are we voting on the dates or just the work group or both? Does it solidify the dates? Like this is when it's happening? So for example, if we come back in January with maybe other dates that are flexible, because we have a gap between April and September, for example, if we want to do it earlier, what does that vote necessarily mean?
I think it could be flexibility. But again, if you vote in January, and just assume that the vote is to have the board work group, then the next thing is then when we're going to convene the work group. We have April right now because we know that we have the facility available in April. But there's no, it's not available in March. I'm pretty sure of that.
Actually, Monday or Friday, it is generally available, but most people don't want to come here on Monday or Friday
Okay.
for an all-day meeting.
So for the record, Ms. Taylor is saying that a Monday or a Friday is available.
Okay. Well, I think we could work out the specifics on that.
Yeah, I think so too. We can work out the dates.
And then I'm especially interested in completing the process of staff looking at the 58 counties and what structure.
Are you asking me to survey the 58 counties to?
Yes.
To determine whether or not the key aspects of the assessment appeal process is causing lengthy delays?
Yes.
And determine
Especially
whether
the
or not.
rural, I think the small ones are probably ones that are gonna be having a tough time.
Okay. I could put together.
So you don't have to do all 58.
Yeah. What I would do is put together some
sampling.
survey question and send it out to the CAA, which is how we normally communicate, and ask the CAA president, current and incoming president, to push that survey out, and we will see who will respond. And then once we get the results, I will share with the entire board. I will share with you guys via email and place it on the agenda for discussion.
Thank you. And it would be especially valuable also to know about accessing technology.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I know that there are many rural counties that don't have the technology and don't have funding for it. So I think having that knowledge base would really inform our discussions.
Okay. We'll include a question regarding technology as well. I'm just looking at Member Vasquez's memo. So the survey will kind of fashion your 4 points that you have, if that's acceptable.
That would be very helpful.
Okay.
And Mr. Schaefer, did you have a question or comment?
You mentioned our 58 assessors. They were last with us in our September meeting, right?
Yes.
How many of the 58 actually came to Sacramento?
Oh, we had a really good turnout. More than 20 was physically here and the others were virtual.
So more than 20 were physically here, but less than 30 or less than 25?
I don't have the actual head count, but I thought we had a really good, very good turnout. The chair sponsored lunch for them, and we didn't have any food that went uneaten. So that tells me that they were here and they enjoyed it. They really liked the facility.
Yeah, well, I
They
come
ate
for
like
a second
58
day
counties.
because I look forward to meeting with our assessors, and if there's 58 of them and only 20 are showing up, I'm really denied that opportunity. There's nothing we can do to compel them to be here. but
Well,
I
it's
just want you to know-
it's an annual meeting. We can't force them to come, but we make it as pleasant as possible. And of course, you can always meet with your assessors in your district, as Member Gaines does, Vice Chair Gaines. He spends a lot of time in his district going up and down the
Oh,
state.
my district is well represented. You couldn't keep Ernie Dronenberg or Jordan Marks away. But, and our Imperial County and our Orange County assessor, Claude Parrish, can't keep him away. Our guys participate greatly, but I'm concerned that a number that are just a little drive from Sacramento don't show up. And
Well, the Sacramento assessor is always here. She supports us 100%.
oh, sure, I agree, I agree, but there's 20 or 30 assessors within half a day's drive, and a lot of them don't make it, and we can't compel them, but I'd like to, I'm not happy if we're only getting 20 out of 58, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, sir. Understand.
And also, having a second day, sometimes it's a half a day or full day, but a lot of times we can condense that issue. Like if we've scheduled 4 speakers, maybe we can make do with 2 speakers and 2 written presentations. We could actually start our meeting at 9:30 in the morning instead of 10 o'clock. It used to be at 9 o'clock in the morning when I was elected, and we went to 10 o'clock. We have had a half-hour lunch instead of an hour lunch sometimes, but on a special occasion, we could do a half-hour lunch. I'm saying that we could, if we would run a meeting from normal 3:30 or 4 adjournment onto 5 and start it a half hour later and cut the lunch in half, we'd have 2 new hours that we could probably take the second day's activities and cram them into the first day. Mr. Vasquez, Member Vasquez, loves to come up here and stay a couple of nights, and he has a lot of valuable contacts and does a lot of good for the board. But I don't. I just come here for the basic day. I won't be here tomorrow. I'll be online participating, but I prefer that we try to do our business in an 8-hour day, one way or the other. And I would always solicit your vigilance to be aware that some of us are 500 miles away, and we have a busy office 500 miles away and a number of duties and things to do down there. And we really would prefer to limit our time in session here, at least I would, to 1 full 8-hour day once a month and not a couple of days, when we can do it and everybody is considered and heard. That's the most important thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Gaines.
Yes, I appreciate Member Schaefer's comments, in particular in reference to rural counties and their participation. And I think it's really important as we move forward on this issue with the Assessment Appeals Board. I think what we could do is, I think a lot of those folks who participate via Zoom or whatever mechanism we use here, so that they could still engage without having to leave their office, given that I do think in the rural counties, they wear a lot of hats. They're very busy. But I think it's important that we get their input, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Great. Okay, well, I think we've got some great commitments going in terms of surveying for participation and bringing the item back in either January or February. And I'd like to get solid on those dates so that people can plan for their participation. Mr. Vasquez.
Madam Chair, I was wondering, just a procedural question, would it be appropriate to move the item with the understanding that the dates, could change, depending on what the availability and what everybody's schedule would accommodate, and of course, I guess, when we can use this facility? Because it sounds like there's an interest to move it forward, and then it's just a matter of timing now, whether we do it in February, April, or September, or even sooner.
Well, if we can hold off the formal vote on it, then we can get the survey work done by our professional staff. Once we establish a work group, then it's on the individual board offices, and they may have a harder time getting that data dug out of each county. So I think if we can hold off until January for the formal vote on it, but have those dates solidified, that would be helpful.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Amran.
Is the board open to maybe having backup dates too, just so we can have some options? Is that something that we'll be interested in? Just hey, these are the February, April, September, but alternative dates as well. And I don't know if the board ever has an interest in the day 2 meeting virtually as well, like a virtual convening, if we can have a day 2 in person. Something to think about. Thank you.
I think my own preference would be to have some real solid dates. I know that for CADA and Caltax and others who are interested, they aren't necessarily going to be willing to hold multiple days for us. And but if we can get those dates really solid, and it sounds like there is a good consensus of the board that this has identified the main issues that we think are pressure points for the system and for taxpayers being able to get refunds on a timely basis. And so if we can have a little bit of time elapse where we get our professional staff to do that work that they've agreed to do, and then we'll come back and have the formal adoption of the work group.
So are you suggesting that this would be an item on the agenda in January? Is that sufficient time for the staff, I guess, to do their little survey?
That should be sufficient. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director, that should be sufficient time.
Okay.
I'm sure my team behind me, they're working on the survey questions right now. And to Mr. Imran's question about other dates, I will check to see if this facility is available on another day, Monday or Friday, between January, let's say January and June. Would that be sufficient?
I'll defer to the chair on that setting that up, but she makes a good point about having all the practitioners and participants ready to go, because everyone's schedule is blocked out at least a month in advance. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, Mr. Vasquez?
So would it be appropriate then, instead of moving, I guess I was moving originally to do it, put it on the agenda for February, so it would happen in January, basically, or a January meeting? Because we're only looking at, I guess it might be 30, 40 minutes of the agenda on January.
I think
Ms.
Towers.
Let's get the survey out and see how quickly they respond. And if we get responses, sufficient responses that we can report back to you guys in January, then you could discuss it in January and take a formal vote. If I don't get enough responses, considering that we're moving into the holiday season, we may have to push it to February, and you take your formal vote in February.
It's fine.
And then, look at it this way, a lot of the planning that you wanted to do in February, I'm gonna be doing it for you.
Okay, excellent. Well, I think we have a really good consensus forming in this, and thank you to Board Member Vasquez and his staff for putting this all together and bringing it forward to us in a really good package here. So we are just about 58 minutes late to take our lunch break. Executive Director, is it okay for us? We have a 75-minute lunch break scheduled, but if we could take just 1 hour, will that meet our labor commitments? Okay, I'm seeing some nodding over here. So it's now 12:59, and we will come back at 2 p.m., returning from our lunch. Thank you. 10:08 PM, and we are back from our recess and back in order. Our next item is item 12, Chief Counsel Matters. This is question responses regarding Bagley Keene pursuant to some board member questions that came up, and this will be presented by Mr. Moon.
Good afternoon, Richard Moon, Chief Counsel. As you may recall, this was an item that the board had requested the legal department provide a memo on at the September meeting. The memo is attached to the PAN and concludes that while Bagley Keene does not explicitly discuss anonymous public comment, that anonymous public comment should be allowed. And the basis of that conclusion stems from the fact that Bagley Keene's overarching purpose is to allow the public to attend and participate as fully as possible in a state body's decision-making. So in order to achieve that purpose, Bagley Keene has several specific statutes that cover attendance at a meeting and speaking at a meeting. And there are provisions of the Constitution that require us to interpret those statutes broadly when it expands rights and narrowly when it limits a person's right to participate. And so taking those principles in mind, looking at the specific statutes, we think that allowing public comment is in line, or best in line, with Bagley Keene. And I think it notes stating also that the Attorney General's office is also consistently interprets Bagley Keene to be quite broad. So, for example, they publish a Bagley Keene guidebook, and in that guidebook for many years, they had interpreted actually the statutory provision that talks about meetings, and they extended that to also include speaking at a meeting, and concluding that you can speak anonymously, or the public can speak anonymously at a meeting. In addition to that, we took a look at the legislative history of specifically Government Code 11-125.7, which is the statute that deals with speaking at a meeting. And it's very clear from the legislative intent that it was meant to be interpreted broadly. And with regard to 11-125.7, which again is the statute that deals with speaking, the Attorney General's office has also interpreted that very broadly. And actually they did with respect to our agency in particular. And they held that the public has a right to speak at our meeting, even at the adjudicatory portion of it. And that's why during items 2 through 5 today, we allowed the public comment if there were any. And I think the board as well as a whole has taken this sort of expansive view of Bagley Keene for at least the past 20 years. That's as far back as we could find, but I wouldn't be surprised if it went even before that. And most recently, the board added the item number 1, which is the public comment on matters not on the agenda. And I think, again, that's just it's consistent with the board's years-long practice of trying to be as transparent and open to the public as possible. So I will leave it there for the introduction. If anybody has any questions, I'm more than happy to address those.
Okay, Mr. Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moon. I think that's a very excellent report. 7 pages of it. I've read every bit of it and commend you on it. I had a question on one item here. I see on page 3, it says that the opportunity is provided for the public to address the board on any agenda item, as well as items not on the agenda. So if somebody wanted to come in and complain about the price of LA Dodgers tickets, and are they, now that they're so valuable, are we going to put a tax on them? That's not on the agenda, but they can stand up and talk to us about it. But it goes further to say that, however, members cannot address comments made on matters not on the agenda. So if you should come before us as a citizen and talk about taxing LA Dodgers tickets. I couldn't comment at all. I mean, I know we can't decide on it, we can't discuss the merits of it, but I think I should be able to say that's outside our agenda, or I think that's a good fundraising deal, we'll bring it up next month. I don't think that you can muzzle the members totally on that when you allow the public unmuzzled.
Yeah, so I think it depends on what you mean by muzzled. So if you mean, certainly the quote-unquote muzzling or the limitation would be on hearing, discussing, or deliberating. And in particular, because the body is the body, you are the members that are making any particular decisions, and hearing information in order to make those decisions. And so the whole reason why we have the number one item separated out, the matters not on the agenda, is for, like you said, the public to come make comment, but then the members could, of course, address it with comments, for example, like, that's a good idea, and then the chair could decide whether to put it on the agenda or not for a future time. So in that sense, the members certainly aren't limited to that
All right,
kind
so
of...
we're not being muzzled, we're just using discretion.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. So thank you so much, Mr.
You're welcome.
Moon. Did you want to close on it?
No, that's all I had. Again, if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to address it.
My silence doesn't mean I agree with him. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And see, we didn't muzzle you before you said that. So members, we're going to take our public comment now. We do not have any written comments and no speaker cards coming from the auditorium. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, could you let us know if there's anyone who's hoping to make a comment on item 12 on the agenda?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to comment on item number 12, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0. And Madam Chair, nobody is queuing up.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go on now to item 13, our Executive Director's report. Ms. Stowers.
Good afternoon, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. The focus of this report will, the focus of the Executive Director's report will basically focus on the quarterly reports that my team will be presenting. So today I will be brief. I will discuss about the newly required tribal consultation training, and then I'll be providing an update on recent events. As today is National Native American Month, I would like to remind the members of the required training, the email that was sent to your office on November 14th. The Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs and the California Department of Human Resources recently developed the tribal consultation training as required by Government Code Section 10019.81. This free online training is mandatory for those with authority to represent the state of California in tribal government-to-government consultation, which includes all board members staff, the executive director, and the executive management team. The 2.5 self-paced training is now available on CalLearns, and the training must be completed by December 31st, 2024. Newly appointed officers, as of on 1/1/25, will have 6 months from the date of appointment to complete their training.
A question, you said, Madam Executive Director, we deal with tribal matters. I don't recall dealing with tribal matters. Do you mean they could come before us?
They could come before you. You may be in your district and working with the tribal government or recognizing them for any event. So yes, as elected officials, you could deal with tribal matters.
Now, you're not dealing with oral presentations here. Is it online training or?
It's an online training. It's on if you go into your BOE email and you click on CalLearns, CalLearns, click on there and register for the training. Your staff should also help you, because they can help you access the training material. And it's 2 hours. It's
As to
self-paced.
the ethics training, is that also now available online? Or-
The ethics training we do with the actual attorney, it's not available. Well, the training that you take is not available online. Your training is done through Shaw's, and it's not online. And I do not believe you're scheduled for that training in the immediate future. I believe you just,
Is it every term or every 4 years or?
every 2 years.
Okay, and I was told, how much do we pay the guy? I think it's about $2,500 a session to do a program.
I'm not sure about the cost. I don't have that data in front of me.
And I'm concerned that he told me that Bagley Keene requires that he do one-on-one with everybody, and for the life of me, I don't see that. You know, it's not an agenda item, it's a how do you behave yourself item. And I have shared it with Member Gates, and I just don't see why we can't have members share that. I'm told by you that the members all individually want their own, and I can appreciate that, but I am very troubled by the attorney presenting it, saying Mr. Schaefer, Bagley Keene requires we do 5 different forums.
Yeah.
I've been trying for at least a year now to get some documentation from him or you or Mr. Moon as to whether he's right or wrong. I think he's wrong, and I'd like to find out whether
Well,
he's right or wrong.
I'm not sure if he's correct or not, but because of that training, the members may be asking some sensitive questions regarding their ethics. And from my understanding, the members prefer to have that training with just them and their staff.
I think there should be the option to be by yourself, but if I had any ethics questions about my own conduct, I would be happy to address them here and now in front of God. I think most of the members here are very conscientious about efficiency in government, and I've seen it with one or more members joining with me on such an event. And I would like to have your speaker change his mind and tell us that it's not required by Bagley Keene. It's really more a matter of member discretion. That's what I think the answer is. If
I
you
would,
could help-
when we schedule the training again, I would look through the material and make sure that he's accurate, but I don't have that material in front of me, so I'm not sure what he's saying. And
But you know the
I'm
problem.
not, excuse me, I'm not even sure if we have allowed 2 members to join in on the training.
And it worked
We haven't-
fine. It
okay.
worked fine. In fact, it worked a lot better because questions that Member Gaines had, I learned from him. And questions that I had, he maybe have learned from those. I think we learn from questions that our colleagues come up with. That's why I think it's a better session if there's 2 of us there. Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer, we have Ms. Himmel approaching.
Hi, Julia Himovitz on behalf of BOE Legal. So I believe the training that you're talking about is put on by a law group that does specific trainings for you as members. Bagley Keene would allow 2 members to have their trainings together if that were the will of the members. But I think for scheduling purposes, either that hasn't happened or members have chosen to do their trainings individually as schedules have allowed. To avoid Bagley Keene issues, we do generally recommend, well, it's not generally recommend, the law requires no more than 2, otherwise you have a meeting occurring, and so it would have to be publicly noticed.
You're aware that Member Gaines and I shared an ethics meeting and the world survived.
Yes, I see that the world has survived after that training took place. But I think just to make sure that I have clearly answered that question, we do have a training that takes place that we do offer to the members. Bagley Keene requires no more than 2 members attend something like that so that we don't have any Bagley Keene violations.
Oh, okay, so you're rejecting my understanding of his earlier statement that you have to have one for each individual member. It's now that you can have 2 members participate if they want to.
So I'm not sure who you're referencing that said what you're saying, and so I can't speak to whether they were correct or not because I wasn't there, and I don't know if that is the exact statement that was made. But what I'm telling you is that Bagley-Keene requires no more than 2 members.
And can you estimate the cost to the state of his services?
I cannot, I am not privy to that information.
But you will admit that it is transparent, though,
That what is transparent?
his salary or his fee.
Sure, yeah, people can request through the Public Records Act. We comply with all of the disclosure requirements and things like
I
that.
would ask that your office obtain that information and share it with the board.
I'm going to turn the microphone over to Ms. Stowers now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Julia. There is a fee. I don't have the figure in front of me. Legal is not privy to it. And I will send the members an email showing the cost because we are charged, and I do charge your office budget for it.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, so as I was saying, there is new training, mandatory training, tribal consultation, and each member and your staff should complete this training by December 31st. I sent the email on November 14th, November 12th, and I will resend it again today, just in case. And for those who have already started the training, thank you very much. Okay, now, the next item I would like to talk about.
One question. I don't see the word tribal in number 14. Does the word tribal appear in writing anywhere in documents that I have?
No, because these are I'm sharing this information with you. What you see on the agenda is the executive director's report, and that's all you see. And I'm just providing updates on what I have to report on. And the tribal consultation training is something that I sent to you on November 12th, and I will resend again today to your BOE email addresses for you to read and to link on.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further?
Okay, righty. Past events. First, let me talk about past events that the BOE attended. On November 6th through the 8th, the California Lawyers Association held their annual meeting of the Tax Bar and Tax Policy Conference. BOE Chief Counsel, Mr. Richard Moon, participated, and in the Chief Counsel Roundtable, which included chief counsels from the Office of Tax Appeal, the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, and the Franchise Tax Board. Each chief counsel provided an update on notable events in their respective agendas and their respective agencies, and spoke about legislation, regulation, and case of interest over the last year. Also this year, Ms. Lisa Thompson, BOE Taxpayer Rights Advocate, participated in a discussion on navigating support at the taxpayer departments with advocates from all other tax agencies. We appreciate the invitation to attend this conference, and we were well received. Next item is the BOE members, we participated in the 2024 State Tax Agency Liaison Meeting hosted by the California Society of Enrolled Agents. This meeting was virtual and it was on November the 7th. BOE was represented by Mr. Richard Moon, Mr. David Young, and Ms. Lisa Thompson. And they provided information on educational resources, disaster relief, active solar exclusion. This was our third appearance at this event, and we find it very helpful, another way of educating some of our stakeholders. And one of our frequent topics is, guess what? Prop 19. So that concludes my report. We have no public events for December except for our board meeting. I am available to answer any questions.
Great. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you for that report, Ms. Stowers. I was wondering, you mentioned that Mr. Moon was, I guess he sat on a panel, I believe.
Yes.
At the tax. Is there anything that came out of it that we should be aware of, especially as I guess he was hearing from other tax folks?
I don't think so. I mean, it's their standard chief counsel roundtable where the chief counsels are just providing updates on their various agencies. Mr. Moon, was there anything? No, nothing that we need to know. Mr. Imran, I believe you were there?
Yes, I was there. Thanks for putting me on the spot, too.
He wasn't paying attention, though.
Yeah, I was there. I thought the BOE, Richard Moon, Lisa Thompson, they both did a great job of representing all the big taxpayers were there. There was just a little bit of a discussion, though, about, for example, AB 2238 came up, and this idea of political participation in tax administration, and if it's a good or bad thing. And I think those are kind of ongoing discussions. But having board employees there representing us as an elected tax agency, I thought was really, really critical in that. Because not only you had state agencies, you had a lot of private players. Deloitte was there as well, and so on and so forth. So just continuing to be active in those spaces, I think, is important to show the good work we're doing. And Richard did a great job of showing us some of the really, really good big cases that we're working on. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, Lisa actually got some business out of it. She got several representatives coming to her with some assistance, so, and she was able to service them right there, as opposed to having to go back to the office and do it. So thank you, Lisa Thompson.
Great. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. And we will invite up Ms. Renati for the operational priorities report and quarterly budget report.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today I'll provide a report on the agency's operational priorities and the first quarterly report for the fiscal year for the agency. So our first item is workforce capacity. And since the restructuring of our agency, we've faced a lot of challenges with our BOE-specific job classifications. And for the last few years, we've been actively engaged in multiple activities to address this issue. And this last month, we obtained conditional approval from CalHR to temporarily use certain classifications, including the tax auditor classification, and while we work towards a formal class consolidation of our own positions. So this is really good news. We're putting together the package to get approval so that we can start hiring some people straight out of college with that tax auditor classification that requires just education, and as opposed to our current classifications, which are education and experience. So we can continue to grow our own. So we actively collaborate with our service provider, and we're hopefully going to give you some good news in the near future. The next item is our State Assessed Properties IT modernization project. As you recall, this is to replace our board roll system. And Ms. Kathy Taylor and Mr. Jack McCool are both leads on this project, and they're working with our service provider on this it's going to be a long-term project. So wanted to give you an update on that. Right now, we are working on short-term solutions in what we can do now, meaning no money for free. What we can do now to kind of clean up our system, and then we're going to map out our system and hopefully look for a long-term solution, which is a new technology project. And then down the road, just to give you a glimpse, we want to integrate the rest of our departments into that solution. So hopefully, we're not sure if it will be ready in time, these solutions, for our new board roll season, but hope springs eternal. Then the last thing is our quarterly budget report. So as you're aware, our budget is 86% is for personal services, which is our staff payroll and our benefits, and the other 14% is our OE&E. And the 2024 Budget Act assumed savings related to permanent elimination of vacant positions and permanent reduction of our operating expenses. So in August of this year, the Department of Finance issued a budget letter to all agencies and departments, including BOE, and requesting the reduction in our positions and our funding. So it's still ongoing, but as of today, we have provided a cut of 47% of our vacant positions as of June 30th. That's about $1 million in personnel costs, and we also cut a bit of our operating expenses. It's critical to note that as a small agency, every single position lost is felt in our agency. But we also realize California's fiscal challenges and the role we play to help California rebuild. So that's our bad news. So our good news is that our first quarter 2020 of this fiscal year 24-25 rather, We are on target. We have spent 25% of our budget, so in 3 months, spending 25% makes sense. And so we're on target to be within our budget by the end of the year. We are also preparing new expenditure reports. We've been sending them to your offices every month or so you can see how much you are budgeted and how much you've spent. And we've looked at those reports and see that they are kind of old-fashioned. They've been looked the same for decades, so we're working on a revamp of those so we can use, your actual amount of your budgeted positions, your actual amounts that you're spending, and the actual categories within your spending. Because sometimes right now they get lumped together. So we'd rather have you have that actual detailed information so you know where you're spending money. It also helps us catch when there's a mistake. We find something posted that makes no sense. Why is that number so large, or are you purchasing something in a member's office or in a specific unit? So we're working on those. We're hopefully going to get those to you in the near future. Just working out the kinks and make sure we have a format that we can readily give to you, and month after month, it's easy to produce. That also, by doing this, it'll allow our management to look at the units and make better spending decisions should our budget get very tight. So as I said, these updated reports will be coming to you soon. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Great. Mr. Schaefer and then Mr. Emron.
Thank you. Ms. Renati, I have a nice suite of offices right across the street from the Capitol that is not being used because I would prefer to have an office here at the May Lee Complex, a shared office. I do have a busy office in San Diego where I can be found and meeting with people, but I have really no need for this office here, and it's actually 4 very nice offices with a view. I'd like you to make use of it or get rid of it. Mr. Angelo, who deals with the Capitol all the time, and I don't, he should be there if he wants to be. We have a kitchen, we have a conference room. I'm very proud of the office. It's just my other office and I are 500 miles away, and it's costing us about $5,000 a month, and I represent the taxpayers, and I don't like that a bit. And if you could find a tenant, rent it to a lobbyist, rent it to Coca-Cola Company. I don't care. I just want to get it off I want to get it out of our financial obligations. You understand?
I do, and once the lease is at a point where we can, we no longer have a lease, I'd be happy to meet with you in your office to decide where you'd rather have.
Michelle is there now, but Michelle can work out of here. Michelle can work someplace else. I feel guilty having a suite of offices for $5,000, and I'm just using one staff member, and she comes to see me out here. I don't go there. And I'm doing my job, but I'm not doing my job on behalf of the taxpayers if I keep this office that I'm asking you relieve me of.
I appreciate your concern.
Okay. Well, we can find a pathway to that, definitely. So we'll work on that one and get it off your docket. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mr. Emron is next.
Thank you. Real quick question, just about job postings and classifications. For example, like Ms. Glenna Schultz, she retired. Is there a pipeline to fill her job and then somebody gets a job behind her as we're dealing with maybe a wave of retirements in 2025?
It's a very good question. We have 2 considerations on backfilling positions. One is whether they had a vacation balance when they left. That's why we were very cognizant of people's vacation balances and making sure they reduce them down to the limits. Because if you retire or you leave state service with a high balance, then we have to pay that person out and we need to come up with funds. So generally you have to leave positions vacant for a while. So that's one consideration. Another consideration is whether we have the funding to fill that position. Because as you're all aware, we only budgeted at the midline for every position. We're not budgeted at the full cost of that position. So we need to sometimes keep positions vacant. They call it salary savings. So it's a consideration, and that's why we're working towards these more accurate expenditure reports so we can make decisions of which positions can be filled, which positions can't. And that's a decision that Ms. Stowers makes.
Absolutely. And my next question, do we have a list of entry-level jobs if you're coming out of college or just want to get your feet wet with the BOE? Is there certain positions, or are we more going after experienced folks?
Great question. As a small agency with a tax program, we primarily have tax positions in our property tax unit that are where we have most of our entry-level positions. It's not to say we don't have office technicians that answer the phones or staff services analysts and senior analysts that work in.
Please excuse me, we can't hear you.
It's not to say we don't have positions in other departments that are used as entry level, but the majority of our positions do require education and experience. So by using these new classifications, our goal is to get a classification that can hire just with education. It's easier to find people just getting out of college than finding people that just got out of college, that have a college degree and experience.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, other questions for Ms. Renati, Mr. Vasquez, and then Mr. Gaines?
Thank you, Mr. Renati, for your report, specifically on the various projects that are keeping your staff, or our staff actually busy on good stuff. I was kind of curious on the outcome on some of this reclassification that you kind of touched on with Cal HR and the Department of Finance and their feedback on our budget.
Well, we're not working with finance on these reclassifications.
Oh, you're not?
This is with Cal HR.
Or just Cal?
And so Cal HR we have to work with Cal HR to get approval, and then once we obtain their approval, we go to the State Personnel Board and have their board hear our changes. And our goal is to change our BOE-specific classifications to allow education or experience for one side and just education only on the other side. So that way we can hire the next generation of property tax experts.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gaines?
Thank you. Appreciate the comments from Member Schaefer on closing the office down, that if you're not using it, then why not, right? And I know the needs for each member are different. I did have a Southern California office during the pandemic. It was shut down, right? And so in that particular circumstance, I had a constituent services staffer that lives in Southern Cal. So we were able to shut that office and still provide services for our constituents. But I also understand that differs depending on what your needs are per your district. A question in terms of the tax auditor education only requirement. Number one, I want to congratulate you for that, because that's something that's been an issue for a couple of years. And when I toured the BOE office, I wish I could remember the name of the lady that told me that she thought that was the biggest issue with staff in the BOE, was that tax auditor position, and that there were, I think at the time she told me there were 7 vacancies. This is maybe a year or so ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very encouraged that you've made progress on that, and it's going to be, we're still going to have the education requirement, so they'll have the right education, and then I'm sure we can train them, right, with on-the-job experience and
we
things of
had
that
very
sort.
good success using the tax auditor classification for about 40 years.
Mhm.
And this is just a remnant of the restructuring of our agency. About 75% of our state assessed properties division started as tax auditors.
Okay.
And so we are, trying to go back to that model. But it's going to be temporary while we work on our classifications, obviously. But it's been a few years, yeah, about 4 years we've been working on this.
Yeah.
So,
Well done. That's great. And you had mentioned that we've had cuts of equal to $1 million.
mm-hmm.
So we're doing our part at the BOE in terms of the deficit situation that the state is in.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, it's good to see that we're able to do that and still operate efficiently. I'm impressed in that degree. I know the vacancy rate has been dropping and that you've been working very hard and making sure we fill those positions. So I'm glad we're kind of ahead of the curve in that respect and filling those spots. So
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's exciting to see filling the spots. It's hard to lose any spots, but it's, we'll work towards getting to where we need to be. And
Yeah.
then,
And that will continue, right? We're going
Oh.
to still have people that are retiring that
so they say.
we'll have to
So they
replace.
say.
Yeah, it's a juggling act too, because I
Yeah.
know you've got to work all that out with sick and vacation time, so.
It is difficult, but we're a great agency and we keep going.
Yeah,
So,
excellent. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, well, seeing no other questions, thank you so much for your report. And we'll go on to item 15, the Chief Counsel Quarterly Report presented by Mr. Moon.
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Moon, Chief Counsel with the Legal Department. I'm here to present a brief report on the department's work and workload for quarter 3 of 2024. First and foremost, I want to thank the entire legal staff for their continued hard work and dedication, especially in the midst of some changes. It was really difficult for people to adjust their work and some of the things that they were doing. And also during the third quarter, most of the attorneys have been heavily involved in state-assessed appeals, either representing the state-assessed properties division or on the appeals attorney side. And in spite of the emphasis on appeals, the numbers for this quarter are very similar to the numbers from quarter 2. And again, that's a testament to the hard work and dedication of the attorneys on our staff and all of our staff. The bulk of appeals we're expecting will wrap up after next month's hearing, and then we'll be able to turn our attention back to all of our other work, of which there is a lot. So I'm happy to answer any questions, general or specific.
Okay, questions, Mr. Emron, and then Mr. Vasquez and Mr. Gaines.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. It says the legal department is currently actively recruiting to fill 3 positions. Are they all attorney positions? And
yes,
does it start with attorney 1, 2, and do they have a chance to rise within it, or what? Like kind of similar to Lisa's question, are you looking for more experienced attorneys to take on your wing and just get them going rather than more on work training?
Yes, so these 3 positions are all attorney positions. And some of these, 2 of them at least, are open because the present attorneys have moved up. So when I became chief counsel, my old position opened up and we were able to promote one of our existing attorneys into that position, which opened up her position. Now we're recruiting for that position. We are also recruiting for a attorney 3 position, which is the mid-level position, which was the one vacated by Ms. Himovitz. And then we are recruiting for an attorney 1 position. You may recall when Mr. Scott was giving this presentation last quarter, he had said that we had a new attorney. That new attorney has decided to go to a different agency, and so we're recruiting for that position again now. So those are the 3 positions.
Got it. Good luck. And Mr.
Thank
Moon,
you.
you've been here as chief counsel for about 6 months now?
It feels like 6 years, but I think it's been 3 months.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you. You've been doing a great job. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Moon, and I know you have quite a bit on your plate as I'm looking through, especially your report here. And I was just wondering, in your quarterly report here, it says that you completed 24 litigation cases in the third quarter of 24. This seems really significant accomplishment. I'm just wondering, does this also include all the ones that were settled and dropped or taken through the trial process?
Yeah, no, so the litigation cases represent those cases that we have outside of the administrative hearings. So those are ones that were filed in Superior Court. And the reason why that number is particularly high, and the reason why it's high is there are a series of cases for which we're required to be named as a defendant by statute, but the substantive issue is not really ours. It's a county issue. And so what a number of taxpayers have done is they've filed with our name on it against us, but it's really not our case. And it has the added complication. This particular issue was decided in one of the courts of appeals in California. And so it appears that what some taxpayers are trying to do is to try and get a different district court to take that case. Hopefully, they're hoping they would win, and then they would want the Supreme Court to take it to decide the issue once and for all. So what they've been doing is they've been filing a number of cases across the state. And then, as I understand it, they've been asking for a quick judgment so that they can just go to appeals. And so that's how they're quote unquote finished for us.
So it's not like, and sometimes you hear about these cases where, school districts are always being sued because they're like the deep pocket, or a city, for example, because whoever the opposition is, they're trying to find where the possible money source might be.
That is not our situation.
I didn't think so. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. Are we okay in terms of the replacement of attorneys given the budget?
So we are affected, as Ms. Ranati had shared, I think every department has been a little bit affected.
Right.
We could always use more attorneys. I think ever since AB 102, we've had a shortage. So it's nothing new. I guess maybe that's good news. We're used to it. But we need more. I don't think right now we have the budget for more.
Right.
But as soon as we do,
But we can replace what we've lost.
As of now, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you.
And we'll go on to item 16, the Communication Chief's Quarterly Report, presented by Mr. Kim.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members. I'm Peter Kim, BOE's Chief Communications Officer. Today, I'll provide a brief overview of some major highlights and accomplishments for the third quarter of 2024. First, I will provide a brief recap of the communications efforts for the 2024 Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing. In collaboration with the Chief of the TRA office, we implemented a broad communication strategy to inform the public, taxpayers, and stakeholders regarding this year's hearing. Similar to prior years, we provided the board with an outreach toolkit consisting of the flyer, the public service announcement, social media graphics, suggested talking points, an e-blast message, an image for use as a web button for external partners' websites, and web links for additional information regarding the hearing. We also utilized electronic communications by sending multiple e-blasts to those on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing listserv and to all known email addresses associated with entities filing the alcoholic beverage tax returns. Also, the BOE website featured a dedicated banner regarding the hearing leading up to the hearing date. Finally, in partnership with the TRA office, outreach materials were provided to various stakeholders, including the BOE Advisory Council members, statewide taxpayer organizations and associations, and all state legislative offices. Next, members, I'll provide some updates on the BOE website. The Proposition 19 webpage had approximately 40,487 unique external page views in the last quarter. Since its launch on November 10th, 2020, there have been approximately 656,461 total page views. The Translate webpage had an approximately 1,091 unique external page views in the last quarter. Since its launch on June 10th of 2022, there have been approximately 23,679 total page views. Finally, I wanted to brief the board that the About BOE webpage on the BOE website was also updated this past quarter to better describe the BOE's current constitutional and statutory duties in greater detail. And we've also included the latest board photo on that page as well. The last item on my report today is communications regarding property tax disaster relief. As the board knows, wildfires and winter storms have become quite common in California. The BOE continues to regularly remind taxpayers about property tax disaster relief, which is prominently featured on the BOE's homepage and alert banner and our social media accounts. Last quarter, the TRA office published a new information guide for disaster relief for damaged or destroyed property. It's Pub 802. To amplify the BOE's disaster relief resources and this information guide, we issued a news release. And this year, the BOE received quite a bit of positive news coverage throughout the state on television, radio, and print media related to the property tax disaster relief. And we are committed to sharing this information on a regular basis so affected taxpayers know how and what they need to do. So this concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you. Mr. Kim, I noticed you listed a whole bunch of media here. I don't see anybody from the three main markets, which are Los Angeles, San Francisco, and San Diego. Don't they have an interest in what we're doing? I thought there'd be news there that something's going on in the backcountry, and the BOE is riding in to the rescue.
Thank you for that question, Board Member Schaefer. Yes, I always strive to include all of our major media markets. I do believe that part of the reason why this disaster relief were covered in the media markets I mentioned were that the news release was actually issued in August of 2024, and that's where many of these the wildfires occurred in these media markets where the coverage was reported in. So hopefully we could feature this again shortly, and if possible, the other media markets could cover it too. Yes.
I see that we translate our webpage into 7 different languages, 2 of which are Chinese. I imagine our largest one is Spanish. How large? 90%, 50%? Just how big is Spanish and all the rest put together? I guess I'm sort of hinting that maybe we're overdoing it as far as ethnic languages.
Yes, I don't know the percentages off the top of my head, but I know that these are the 7 most commonly requested languages other than English that we've received in the past. And it was actually due to the board's leadership that we included the translate button on our website so that those who are limited English speaking have the opportunity to get the information in their spoken language.
Well, that's a very commendable goal, but of the 7 languages, if we are only getting inquiries on 2 or 3 of them, then maybe if we're not getting inquiries on any language, if it costs us something, speaking as a taxpayer's advocate, I would only like to use the 3 or 4 of the 7 that are most in demand.
Fortunately, there is no cost to us. So actually providing the languages, all 7 languages, you should be happy to know it cost us nothing. So
Well, you're doing a very good job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Imran.
Thank you. Ditto. You are doing a very good job, and I just want to quickly commend you on the property tax disaster relief. I got to follow it. I thought it was a very, very good piece, and it really, really sheds the BOE in a positive light, especially being there during a taxpayer's hardest of times. And I think that's what this agency is all about. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you to the controller. I know that she also did some outreach on the property tax disaster relief too, so we appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kim. As I'm looking at your report, it looks like you you pretty much highlighted some of the things, especially with the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. And you're obviously doing a pretty good job because you're getting some real good hits on the website. You mentioned on Prop 19, the webpage, you pointed out there were over 40,000 additional views since the last quarter. Do we know if that trend of the number of views, is it increasing or decreasing as visitors coming on that?
Yes, thank you for the question, Board Member Vasquez. We've had a discussion in our pre-briefings on this with another member, and we've observed that it's pretty consistent throughout the time. It's between 40 to 60,000 external page views per quarter since the launch. So we feel like it's pretty consistent. It hasn't dropped off or seen any type of major change. So it appears that the information is appreciated and people are accessing it. So, yeah,
Great job, thank you.
thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, great, thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate the job you're doing, and I had focused on that same issue on Prop 19. It's not going away.
That's
People
correct.
continue to inquire at about, that's quarterly, so that's like 13,000 page views a month, roughly. So I just find that really interesting, and I'm glad that we continue to update that too, it sounds like.
Yeah, everything that our property tax department and legal department issues, we update the webpage in real time so that taxpayers know. And I get inquiries from the press on Prop 19 frequently too, and so I always direct them to that webpage, and they're very happy to see that it's all centrally located.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
Yeah, good job, thank you.
thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much,
Thank you.
Mr. Kim. We appreciate the report. And we'll go on to item 17, Taxpayers' Rights Advocates Office Report by Ms. Thompson. I know you have a good report for us today.
I do. Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, the Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm pleased to provide you with some statistics on the number of completed cases by the TRA office last month. We completed 45 in total. 12 are from Vice Chair Gaines's district, District 1, 18 from Chair Lieber's district, District 2, and 7 from Board Member Vasquez's district, District 3, and 8 were from Board Member Schaefer's district, District 4. 10 were from the administrative category and 35 from the valuation category. The memo that is attached to the public agenda notices does identify the number by topics for each of those categories. However, the amount of cases by topic in the administrative category were fairly evenly distributed amongst 4 different topics, each with 2 cases. Delinquent and defaulted taxes, tax bill penalties, and refunds were among those. And for the valuation category, the topic with the highest number of cases was exclusions from reassessment. And they had 12 completed cases. Of those 12, 5 were for transfers between parents and children, 4 for base year value transfers for seniors, and 3 pertain to base year value transfers for disaster victims. So this concludes my update, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Thompson? Mr. Schaefer.
I see that Member Vasquez and myself only have 7 or 8, where you have 18 matters in our chair's district. Is life more complicated up there than it is in LA, San Diego, or what do you account that for?
I think maybe Lieber could address that, but I would say, yes, it's a complicated district.
Oh.
I live in it, so
And you
yes.
had 8 matters involved in my district. If you're concluding them with the taxpayer being happy, I'd like the letter to be signed by myself. If it's unhappy news, you can sign it.
Okay, I'll send them your way.
Okay, other questions? Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you for this report, Ms. Thompson. As we approach, I guess, the end of '24, I'm wondering if you have any plans on any new updates or information sheets. I know you've been really good on updating some of those, and I was wondering if anything's coming down, especially with the TRA materials in '25.
Mhm. So, yes, we actually have a publication, an information sheets that is in our forms and publications section now. It will address things to do upon the death of a real property owner. So it's very useful, particularly since the requirement for Proposition 19 claims for the parent-child require somebody to move in within a year of that death, as well as the homeowner's exemption requirements. So we have that will cover requirements to file a change in ownership statement with the assessor within a certain number of days following a death of a real property owner, as well as, again, if they qualify for a parent-child, that they should do that. It also talks about informing the assessor's office about mailing address changes, because it's important to keep it up, to make sure the tax bill's received, pay taxes, just things like that. That's already in the pipeline. Should be done here probably in the next month. So the other thing that we have agreed with assessors in the past to finish, we had one to-do item, I will call it, and that is an information sheet that addresses nonprofit organization exemptions. So that will cover the welfare exemption, religious exemption, church exemption. We haven't started drafting that. We will do that. At the last assessors conference, I also committed to assessors based on a suggestion to do an information sheet addressing supplemental assessments. So I think I might maybe have agreed to one other one. So, and that was just kind of what is, we don't know kind of the title, but it's basically will cover what a person's assessed value is based on. So thank you for that.
Excellent. Any other questions for Ms. Thompson?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we will, let's see, we're just about at our break time. I think we need to do a 10-minute break now at this point. So the time is 3:04, and we will come back at 3:14. Okay, it's 3:14, and we are now back from our break. We'll go on to item 18, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, presented by Mr. Young.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chair Lieber, honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. So for today, I have 4 reports for you. I have my team here also. So the first two will be letters to assessors, and then followed by training and certification. That will be given by Ms. Lauren Keach. The next one will be the quarterly report for our assessment practices survey. Ms. Holly Cooper will go ahead and give you that report. And following that will be Mr. Jack McCool. He will give you an update as to what's going on in the State Assessed Properties Division. So if you're ready, I will have Ms. Keach start with the first 2.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Ms. Keach.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. I'm Lauren Keys, Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since the September board meeting. In addition, the memo provides a link to the BOE's website, where a list of all LTAs can be found that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff has issued a total of 39 LTAs for 2024. Since the September board meeting, 8 of those LTAs have been issued, and those LTAs are summarized in order as follows. An LTA to announce the San Bernardino County Assessment Practices Survey results. An LTA to announce amendments to Property Tax Rule 192, audit selection. An LTA for lien date open space land interest component. An LTA announcing the 2025 income levels for leased property used exclusively for low-income rental housing. An LTA announcing the 2025-26 income levels for the tribal housing exemption. An LTA for lien date historical property interest component. An LTA on the proportional ownership transfer exclusion for transfer to and from legal entities. And an LTA issuing the 2025 calendar for the valuation of public utilities and railroads. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Ms. Keach on LTAs? Okay, seeing none.
Just one.
One question? Okay. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you for that report. I just had a question on, I guess it was the LTA number 2024/038, and it was with Prang and the Los Angeles County AAB case, which was a subject in the LTA 38, I believe it was. It appears the court held that up in the section 62A2, requires both voting and non-voting stock to be considered when determining whether a transfer from a legal entity is proportional. And I guess my question was this situation where the taxpayer did it wrong, even though we had current legal opinions or information in the assessor's handbook, I guess it's AH 401, explaining how to do it right?
So my understanding and interpretation after reading the court case and as summarized in this LTA was that there was a misunderstanding or a misrepresentation of Section 64C, where corporations' control and ownership is represented only by voting stock. So this kind of clarified for a 62A2 transfer involving real property is represented by non-voting stock and voting stock. So in this case, it was transferred to a trust that only held the corporation's voting stock. However, prior to that, they had shareholders that held non-voting stock. So after this transfer, it was considered to be non-proportional.
And I think we have Mr. Moon approaching.
And I see Mr. Moon coming up. And actually, I have a question. Well, go ahead. Let me see.
Yeah,
'cause I had a
Richard
question for you,
Moon,
man.
Chief Counsel. Ms. Keach did a great job describing some of the facts in the case. The little context that I wanted to add was that this was a case at the appellate court where the case had asked us, the court had asked us to file an amicus brief. We filed the amicus brief on the side of the taxpayer in this case, and that was based on guidance. albeit indirect, that we had that agreed with the taxpayer's position in this case. So in our amicus brief, we described why that was the case and why that had been our position. And the Supreme Court disagreed with us and ruled against our position and on the side of LA County.
Well, it's interesting. I was going to ask you if you submitted an amicus brief on behalf of the assessor, but you actually did it.
No, we did it on behalf of the plaintiff, which was also, I guess you could say, for the AAB initially sided with the plaintiff. The Superior Court sided with the assessor, and then the District Court, the Appellate Court, and the Supreme Court also sided with the assessor.
Thank you.
Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, just a question, because that changes the proportionality, right? If you were making the assumption that only voting shares could be used for ownership determination.
Yes.
So is that precedent setting in terms of future cases?
It is. So those were the exact facts in this case, where there was a transfer of property to both voting stockholders and non-voting stockholders.
Right, okay.
And the court held that that was not proportional.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. And we'll go on to the appraisal, training, and certification, also presented by Ms. Keach.
All right, thank you. I will now provide a brief report on the BOE's appraisal training and certification program. For the 2024-25 fiscal year, BOE staff has scheduled 31 classes and 2 workshops. In addition, 8 classes have been scheduled using instructors from county assessors' offices. Since the beginning of the fiscal year, the BOE has taught 13 classes. We continue to offer our existing online basic training courses available through American River and California State University, Sacramento, as well as online courses and self-study training sessions that are available on the BOE's website. This concludes my report on training and certification. I'm available to answer any questions you have.
Mr. Vasquez?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Keach. I know you mentioned that you were seeking more volunteers from the county assessor's office, and I was wondering how many of them have been able to step up and teach some of those classes.
We're still in the works of that. We did send out a CAO county assessors only letter to recruit more county instructors. So we're still taking those in. We don't have a definite number at this time, but we have recently certified more instructors, I believe, in Yolo County and LA County. So we definitely are trying to ramp up our county instructors so we can offer more courses that are needed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll go on to the Assessment Practices Surveys Quarterly Report presented by Holly Cooper.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members of the board. My name is Holly Cooper, Chief of the Assessment Practices Survey Division. Today I will be presenting a summary of the Assessment Practices Survey reports issued the third quarter of 2024. However, before I get started, I would like to provide a brief background on the programs administered by the division. In terms of current auditing practices, what we refer to as an assessment practice survey is actually a compliance audit, and the BOE's survey team's primary objective is to determine whether assessments are being made in accordance with property tax law. The division's major functions are to perform a qualitative audit by reviewing the assessor's policy and procedures, and to perform a quantitative audit by sampling representative assessments from the property tax assessment rolls. During the third quarter of 2024, we have issued 2 reports via letters to assessors in the following counties: Solano in District 1 and San Bernardino County, which is in District 1 and 4. The BOE conducted an assessment sampling survey in Solano County. It was a sample only. The published report reflects the BOE's review of the county's 2021-22 assessment roll, which contained approximately 149,000 assessments with an enrolled taxable value of approximately $62.5 billion. Solano had an average assessment ratio of 99.95%, and the sum of absolute differences was 0.36%. Both of the ratios are well within tolerance. Moving on to San Bernardino County Assessment Practices Survey. San Bernardino is considered a large county, therefore we did a survey and sampling. The BOE examined the assessment practices and procedures of the county's 2022-23 assessment roll. The areas reviewed included administration, real property, and personal property and fixtures. In the area of administration, the specific topic areas reviewed affecting both real and business property include budget and staffing and workload, assessment appeals, and the welfare exemption. The specific topic areas reviewed under real property included change in ownership, new construction, decline in value, and mineral property assessment. In the areas of both administration and real property assessment, the assessor has effective programs, and there were no recommendations for improvements. In the area of personal property and fixtures, the specific topic areas reviewed include audits, business property statements, and business equipment valuation. The assessor has an effective program for processing business property statements. However, we made recommendations for improvements in the audit and business equipment valuation programs. The audit recommendation, as stated in the report, is to perform the minimum number of audits of professions, trades, and businesses pursuant to Section 469. This is a common recommendation made when the assessor has not conducted the number of audits required during the period under review. The recommendation, as stated in the report for business equipment valuation, is to assess all taxable supplies. When the taxpayer fails to report supplies on their business property statements, the assessor does not enroll or assess any amount for supplies, when instead they should estimate a reasonable valuation for those supplies. The assessor, in their response to the survey recommendations, agreed with the BOE and has already or plans in the near future to implement the recommendations. In addition to the recs, the published report reflects the BOE's sample findings. San Bernardino had an average assessment ratio of 100.19%, and the sum of absolute differences was 0.45%, which is well within tolerance. In summary, the BOE found no significant assessment problems as defined in Rule 371 in the reports issued during the third quarter of 2024. Therefore, Solano and San Bernardino County assessors are both eligible to receive reimbursement of cost with administrating their supplemental assessments. This concludes my quarterly report on assessment practices surveys, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Cooper? Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, thank you very much for your report. I'm just curious about San Bernardino and the valuation. I think I heard you indicate a valuation number that was over 100%.
That's correct. The sampling, the average assessment ratio was 100.19%.
So a little bit overvalued? What does that mean? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's basically, yes, the average resulted in a number slightly above 100%.
Interesting. I've never seen that before.
It's occasional, yeah.
Okay, all right. So then you would give recommendations as to, I mean, if it's overvalued, don't they have to go back through and take another look at those properties?
We present the sample findings to the assessor, so any over or under assessments, they're provided that information for consideration. So we meet, we conference the findings with the assessor, and then it's at their discretion to make those changes.
Okay. Very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Vasquez.
You answered part of my question, but the other one was just more of a comment, I guess. Just thanking you for the work and the service, because I know the functions that you were just describing in your report, I think it's so critical as we look to try to keep uniformity throughout the state. So appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for the report.
Thank you.
And we'll go on to the state assessed property presented by Mr. Jack McCool.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool. I am the chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Today, I'll provide information on the status of ongoing work in our division. Staff continue to focus on our remaining assessment appeal workload. Staff participated in the final round of appeals conferences last week, and we continue to work with petitioners in an attempt to find agreement on remaining issues. All remaining petitions will come before the board at the December board meeting. Staff continue to make good progress on our 2024 property tax audits. Most audits have been completed and continue to go through the review process. As of today, I believe we will have a few 2024 audits on the board's December agenda, and the remaining audits should come before the board in the early months of 2025. Finally, we have completed our annual State Assessed Properties Division newsletter. This newsletter is something our division completes annually and is mailed to every assessee. The newsletter provides assessees with information on how to correctly file their annual property statement, provides key dates for 2025, and also provides a listing of key personnel by topic so that assessees know who they can contact in our office if they have specific questions. The 2025 version of the newsletter is now live on our website, and staff should have this in the mail this week. That concludes my monthly update for the State Assessed Properties Division, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Young, did you have a? Oh, no, wait, I'm jumping the gun, having you come back. Or actually, yeah, Mr. Young, did you have a closer on that item?
Thank you very much. I yield. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No further questions for Mr. Young? Okay, seeing none. I just wanted to note that we'll let the record reflect that Member Schaefer had to leave at 3:28 p.m. And so we'll go on now to item 19, which is the special taxes quarterly report by Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and members of the board. I'm Laurel Williams, the technical advisor for the special tax programs, which include the alcoholic beverage tax and the tax and insurance program. Today, I will give you my quarterly report for updates on both of the programs, and I will start with the tax and insurance program. This program has slightly fewer accounts since my last report at 2,736. According to the October 2024 Department of Finance Bulletin, the revenues for this fiscal year 24-25 for the program are at approximately $997 million. This is approximately $19 million or less than 2% above the forecasted amount. The program remains very compliant. Otherwise, our next program is our alcoholic beverage tax program. Currently, there are 10,709 accounts, which is slightly fewer also than my last report in July. According to the October 2024 Department of Finance Bulletin, the revenues for this program are at approximately $108 million, which is basically $1 million under projection. Alcohol sales are expected to increase during the holiday season, so this should likely be made up by my next quarterly report. The opt-in, opt-out rate for the wine grower program has remained relatively consistent since my last report. It is currently at about 65% of taxpayers are opting out. With the beer manufacturer returns, which are also now publicly available, starting in January of 2024 this year, the opt-out rate has been consistent at just over 50% for that program. Both of these, all of the alcohol programs have been very compliant as well. One of the trends within the industry that I wanted to share with you for this quarterly report is the growing commitment in the alcohol industry to sustainability. Many breweries and distilleries are moving towards carbon neutral goals. New Belgium Brewery has been the first carbon neutral brewery, and Heineken has a goal of having 0 emissions by 2030. UC Davis has been working with many of the breweries and the companies to offer sustainable practices. One of the ones that I thought was very interesting is Carlsberg, which is a brand based out of the UK, has been funding with the guidance of the WWF. They've been funding the restoration of seagrass meadows around UK's coast, and seagrass absorbs carbon up to 30 times faster than the rainforest. They're also, another project UC Davis has been working on with the sustainable practices are in things such as installing solar, composting and repurposing the spent grain and other materials, as well as the reclaiming of water that has been used in the brewing process. Wine growers are doing their part too, with many of them moving away from natural cork and going to either synthetic cork or screw tops. And also they're using lighter weight bottles and glass alternatives. So there's a lot in the industry that is trying to move towards sustainability. But that's my report for this quarter, unless you guys have any questions. Oh, no.
Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Williams, for your report. I know you mentioned that the wine growers data is similar to the prior quarter data. From the start of the data exchange program, do you see any upward or downward trends developing as the new data, or is it plateaued?
Yeah, so the wine growers, there's some that file quarterly, some monthly, most are annually. So until we have another set of annual returns, it will be hard to really show, but it seems to vary in between 60 and 67% based on, you know, who's been reporting. For instance, right now it's the monthly, and every time that they file, they have to designate whether they want to be opted out. So it is very consistent in that it's not, you selected it a long time ago, and you know, it's just so it is a conscious effort made by the taxpayer every time that they do that.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, if you'd like to close for us.
Yeah, well, that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, and we'll go on. Our next item is item 20, the Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report by Mr. Angelo.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. Ted Angelo, Legislative Director and Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. Sorry, long day. I'll keep it brief, as I try to do. I just wanted to note a few things from a calendar perspective. December 2nd is the organizational session for new legislators that were from the November 5 election for organization of the next session, which starts on January 6th. The governor called a special session to coincide with that December 2nd organizational session. There is on the governor's webpage details about, I'm not going to go into great detail about it today, but about protecting California-specific programs and initiatives that it wants to ensure stay protected under California law from federal government change that's going to take place in next year. I'm not going to go into why and whatnot, because I would just be kind of reading his press release. So you could take a look at that, but I just wanted everyone to be aware of that. Other than that, there'll be LTAs coming out on the proposals that I've briefed you on throughout the year. I'll just cover them very briefly. Our low-value ordinance exemption extension bill, SB 1527, and the accompanying measure that we worked on with CDTFA, SB 1528, both signed by the governor. And then last month, we had an advisory council meeting with interested parties that we have every year, and we kind of covered for them 4 key bills that I've mentioned with you here. The Habitat for Humanity 1868 Freedmen, which is the silent second mortgage change that we talked about. AB 1879, enhancing the electronic signature capability. AB 2353 Ward, for the withholding of property tax for those meeting strict welfare exemption application procedures, and the subsidiary CLT measure, AB 2897 Connolly. So those 4 bills, in addition to our 2 sponsored bills, will have LTAs coming out to inform all the 58 counties and assessors. That's really it and obviously, from a calendar perspective, being that it's going to be the beginning of a new 2-year session, the bill introduction deadlines will be earlier than they were last year. So we will have bill requests to council in late January the 24th, and last day to introduce bills will be February 21st. So things will move a little earlier this year than they would this past year. Other than that, I would say that, you know, seeing some of the things that happen nationally and statewide, we had Prop 1 passed in March for low-income housing and other efforts for veterans housing and things like that, and it was very close and it passed. In November, the voters on Prop 2 supported 5841 to give bond authority for public schools. They, on Prop 36, for enhanced sentencing for crimes in retail crimes, kind of something that people have been concerned about, and increased sentencing went up 68 to 31 in terms of yes to no votes on that. Voters rejected 2 housing affordability supplemental items. One, which would have made it easier for locals to approve bonds for affordable housing. That failed in Prop 5, 44 to 55. So the appetite that was in Prop 1, which was close, went down in November. So that's it from a recap perspective. I just thought I would cover those items since they're of interest to us from a public policy standpoint. And if you have any questions, obviously, legislation that we will be considering or for the board's consideration will be coming up in the probably at the next board meeting. We may have some on the agenda, but none to talk about today. And if you have any questions, I'm answer them now.
Okay, great. Questions, Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Angelo, for your presentation. In discussing the special session, which is coming up, I believe, the first week of December here, you indicated that there are no bills directly related to the board's jurisdiction, but there are certainly some tangible effects, I'm thinking, specifically in terms of the climate programs, which could impact the number of issues we have discussed recently. The one that comes to mind is the PV, the Rancho Palos Verdes situation, which I think is only going to get worse. I don't think it's going to get better. And I'm wondering what you have heard about in terms of any climate initiatives that might be brewing out there.
Well, there's the hearing tomorrow that you're
one.
having on the carbon initiative. I have not heard anything specific other than that is a big issue that you mentioned in the Palos Verdes area. Tragic. But I have not heard of any specific legislative proposals, especially regarding property tax public policy issues, which are highly governed by the Constitution. and would need either an ACA or some other form of new type of exemption to go forward, something like that. But I haven't heard anything percolating in that realm. Most of what he was highlighting, and when I say he, I mean the governor, was highlighting are things that are under our purview that California has done ahead of what's done, whether it's reproductive rights, things like that, that they will be covering when they convene that special session on the 2nd. But there is no agenda item ahead of it leading up to it that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I would keep my ears to the ground because I keep hearing, at least in talking to some of the leadership, that he's going to come down pretty hard and heavy because he still has a huge gap to backfill on the budget.
Right. And just on the landscape of the Assembly and the Senate, there wasn't, even though nationally things changed quite a bit, California did not. Orange County area had some real close races and some possible turnover there from one party to the other. So that's really the only changes we've seen in California.
Okay, great. Mr. Imran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And speaking of the turnover that we're having, we have a new batch of legislators coming in, both on the federal and state level too. If you mind compiling a list of the new incoming legislators, the areas they represent, both sides of the aisle. And I think we as a board have been working to get some good face time to make sure that they understand what this board is doing too, and I think that'll be helpful in the long term. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll work with Ms. Stowers on how we can get that information to you, because we usually have breakdown material, not BOE itself, but that we can share, either Mr. Kim or myself about the new members coming in.
Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Just to...
You may want to tilt it up just a bit. Because
yeah, to weigh in on that, there used to be a little booklet that we were able to get in the legislature that had the name of...
The little red book?
The red book, yeah. Is it possible that we could get a few copies for members?
I know that's possible. I just don't know how the budgeting works for that.
Yeah, okay. That'd be really helpful. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there's a copy being held up from staff here. I think it's called Capital Inquiry, and it is indeed the Red Book. And, okay, other questions for Mr. Angelo? Seeing none, thank you very much for your report, and would you like to close?
The only thing I didn't mention is the Secretary of State certifies by December 13th all the election results. So things are still pending on, too close to call races and things like that, even though they may look out of reach. But that's the hard date for the Secretary of State on those.
Along those lines, do we know how many are still in the
when I looked,
pending category?
When I looked, there were only about 5 or 6 that were in that range, and they were, only a couple were super close, where I could see the potential for a recount, but it's very rare.
Mr. Imran, did you have one?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The swearing in of each of these members is going to be the first week of January, and then the first day of session is January, if you know?
The organizational session happens December 2nd. So in years past, they've actually sworn somebody in that got replaced after it was certified because it was that close. So it's possible that they'll swear in a member on December 2nd, and that member won't be able to take office when the legislature reconvenes on January 6th. Again, that happens very rarely, and it has to be in those too close to calls where you're talking hundreds of vote difference.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, members.
For your report. And we will go on now to taking public comment for all of the executive director's reports, items 13 through 20. We don't have any written comments nor any comment cards from the auditorium. So we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone holding on the line to make comments on items 13 through 20.
Yes, Madam Chair. And if you do have a comment on items 13 through 20, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And there are no lines for comments or questions at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members, the last item for today is closing remarks, and then we'll recess until tomorrow's session. Any closing comments? And I think we'll also have closing comments tomorrow, so if you want to have some that you'd like to save, that's okay too. Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank everyone for a great day one, a lot of good information. Just want to do a real quick in memoriam, the remains of 2 California service members who were killed during World War II. Bodies have been positively ID'd, bringing closure to families more than 80 years after their death. This is Private Herbert R. Worley of Bell, California, United States Army, and Sergeant Yvonne Hopp, Air Force, United States Air Force, Livermore, California. Thank goodness for DNA, for dental records, and these heroes can finally come home and have a proper burial. Thank you.
Thank you very much for raising your names with us today. That's such an important issue. No person left behind. Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, in closing, I know we're coming back tomorrow, but I just actually got an email from some of the business community down in my district from, I guess this is travel, leisure survey that's done, some kind of competition that they do. And they shot it over to me because they mentioned that they picked the #1 U.S. city, beach city, and Santa Monica came out on top, beating Maui and some of these other places that I thought were kind of nice, right?
Nice.
Little kudos there, I guess.
Very good, very good. Oh, well, what can we say about Santa Monica? It's a blessed place. Okay, if there are no further comments, we will now recess the meeting at 3:51, and we'll continue tomorrow, Wednesday, November 20th, 2024, at 10 a.m. here at the Maley State Office Complex in Sacramento, California. Thank you.